Good morning. I'm Councillor Tom Fitzpatrick, Chairman of Norfolk County Council. I'd like to welcome everyone to this council meeting, but before then, could I quickly go over some general housekeeping? This meeting is being held in person at County Hall and is also being streamed live on the County Council's YouTube channel. The recording will also be available to view afterwards. A fire alarm test is not expected during the meeting, so if the alarms do sound, we must evacuate County Hall, and in the event of emergency, please make your way to the nearest exit and meet at the muster point, which is located in the main car park. Under the County Council's protocol and use of media equipment at meetings held in public, this meeting may be filmed, recorded or photographed. Anyone wishing to do so, could I ask them please to inform me and ensure that it is done in such a way that the person doing so is clearly visible to everyone present, and the wishes of any individual not to be recorded or filmed should be appropriately respected. Please could I ask everyone in the chamber to ensure their laptops, mobile phones and tablets are switched to silent while the meeting is in progress, and please also don't leave devices on vibrate if they're sitting on desk surfaces. If anyone needs to leave the meeting early, any councillors could they please remove their card and leave it on the desk so the AV system can see that you're no longer in the meeting. So before I could start the meeting, can I remember members of the public that this is a meeting held in public, but not a public meeting where the attending audience takes part. You've come along to listen to the discussion which has been carried out by the democratically elected councillors. And I should just mention that if there is disruption to the meeting, anyone doing so will be asked to leave the meeting and, if necessary, accompanied from the building. Alex, could I confirm that we're ready to go live? I've had the thumbs up from the back of the room, so we're now live. So for those who've just joined us, I'm Councillor Tom Fitzpatrick, Chairman of Norfolk County Council, and welcome to this meeting of Norfolk County Council being held today, Tuesday the 17th of February 2026. And as always, we start our meeting with prayers. So I'd like to welcome our chaplain for today, the Reverend Albert Cadmore, to our meeting and ask him to begin today's proceedings by calling upon him to say prayers. Thank you.
Almighty God, we come to you today asking for your guidance and inspiration as we gather for this council meeting. Help all to engage in meaningful discussion. Guide us all in the ways of truth, tolerance, wisdom and integrity, and keep us ever mindful of the needs of people and communities that we seek to serve. And we pray in your name. Amen.
Thank you. If we could now move to those members who have given their apologies for the meeting, and I will ask Lane Tisdall, Committee Officer, to read out those apologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies today from Councillor Carl Smith, Councillor Alison Birmingham, Councillor Stuart Dark, Councillor David Beals, Councillor William Richmond, Councillor Emma Corlett, Councillor Catherine Rowett, Councillor Steve Riley, Councillor Andy Grant, Councillor Graham Carpenter, Councillor Jim Moriarty, Councillor Simon Ring, Councillor Stuart Clancy, Councillor Julie Brochek-Colton, Councillor Richard Price, Councillor Saul Penfold, Councillor Judy Oliver, Councillor Lucy Shires, and Councillor Matt Riley. I also just have to make you all aware that Councillor Nigel Dixon has sent his apologies in for the morning. We are expecting to see him this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Len. So could I remind councillors that meetings of the council will not normally extend beyond 3 hours unless it is extended in accordance with Rule 11.1 subsection N of the Council Procedure Rules. However, it is my intention that this is the budget meeting of the council. We would extend this meeting if it's required to allow time for all the budget amendments to be considered. But the practical application of this rule is that before the 3 hour mark, I would ask the meeting if councillors wish to continue by extending it. I do intend to adjourn the meeting after the usual 2 hours or thereabouts to allow for a short break. And when we come back, I'll ask Council at that point when we start the meeting if they wish the meeting to be extended. As per Rule 14.3, subsection C of the procedure rules at the budget meeting in February each year, all motions and amendments relating to budget decisions will be conducted by recorded vote, and the minutes of the proceedings of the meeting will record the names of the persons who cast the vote for the decision for or against, or those who abstain from voting. So we now move to agenda item 2, the minutes from the County Council meeting held on Tuesday, 27th of January 2026. And please note this is for matters of accuracy only. Those can be found on page 3. Are there any matters of accuracy that anyone wishes to draw to Council's attention? Otherwise, are Council content that I sign those as an accurate record of the meeting? Thank you for that. We now move to agenda item 3, to receive any announcements from the Chair, the Leader or Chief Executive. I just have a couple of quick announcements. First is I'm sad to announce the resignation of Councillor Ed Conley. Councillor Conley represented Yare and All Saints Division and previously served on the former People and Community Select Committee. On behalf of Norfolk County Council, I thank him for his service in the past and wish him and his family all the best. I'd also like to inform members that the events I've attended since the last meeting can be found on the Chairman's page of the County Council website. But today is something also to reflect on, because today is the 4th anniversary of the Russian invasion of the Ukraine, and something that's been done by this council and the people of Norfolk is to actually show support of the people of Ukraine in many practical ways. Much has been done by way of trade, meeting representatives of various communities throughout Ukraine, and I think this council can be proud of work done by members, officers, but also spreading that message, and we continue to show our support for them in the coming days. That's all I have to say. I don't know if the Chief Executive wishes to say anything, so I'll pass to the Leader.
Thank you, Chairman. And may I also say that our thoughts are with our friends in Ukraine. This council have been very closely linked with those in the Lviv region, and we think of them today in their troubled times, and we hope there will be a resolution to that war very soon. I want to make a statement this morning because I think that many of us will feel that events have rather overtaken us. And I have to say that words fail me for describing the mess that this government have created with their election hokey-cokey. Last year, we were told that if we postponed our elections, we could get on the devolution priority programme. So we went along with it because it would mean a big prize for Norfolk and Suffolk, many, many millions of pounds guaranteed for 30 years. We put an awful lot of work into that, and then just before Christmas, they pulled the rug on us and delayed our mayoral election until 2028. So we could, and we should have had our elections last year in 2025. But that's the benefit of hindsight. So let's move forward a year. Then they asked us, could we deliver devolution and LGR, which was a new idea, alongside our elections in 2026. So having consulted with officers, we told them the truth. If you ask us to do all of this together, it's just not going to happen. So Steve Reed postponed our elections again. And let's be honest, no one was comfortable with this. And we've taken some understandable criticism as a result. Now, elections are on again. As a result, I can tell you today that devolution and LGR are off. We cannot consent to the new statutory instrument that is necessary to set up our mayoral county combined authority in the months before our elections. So that's it. 10 years of work potentially down the pan because of this incompetent government. Now, I now feel free to tell you a little of what went on behind the scenes in the run-up to this. Steve Reed made some threats, not to my face, of course, but through various back channels. And I was left in no doubt that if we wanted the money and powers for Norfolk under devolution, then this council would have to agree to postpone our elections and deliver LGR. As you will know, I refused to ask for the postponement, but I had to agree not to ask for elections in order to secure our place on the DPP programme. I can't tell you how awful the last few months have been and the pressure that's been put on this council to comply with the government or face losing the improvements and funding that we fought so hard for. Well, it doesn't matter anymore, does it? I can now say what I like about the Secretary of State. I've never met him or spoken to him, but I know him to be a two-faced bully who doesn't care about Norfolk, who doesn't care about local government, and who doesn't even care about his own Labour councillors. I'd really like to quote Rick Mail at this point. What an utter bastard. My group and this council have tried very hard to bring the maximum benefits to Norfolk by signing up to Devo. It wasn't what we originally wanted, but we wanted the seat at the table of the governance of regions and the benefits of economic development money. Under this government, we were told that as a consequence, we had to cooperate on LGR. Well, Devo hasn't happened. The contract is broken. So I can tell you this morning that the Conservative group is resolved that we will not be assisting this government to deliver LGR. Finally, I don't believe we've ever truly trusted this government to deliver on anything because they just break their promises time and again. They always let us down. So we will fight this election and the Conservatives will stand on our excellent record in administration. So I say to you all, bring it on.
Thank you. That brings us to agenda item 4, which is members to declare any interest. Do any councillors of interest that wish to declare at this meeting? No one. Thank you very much. We now move to agenda item 5, which is the Norfolk County Council Revenue and Capital Budget for 2026 to 2027 and 2029 to 2030. That starts on page 29, and there are various other annexes being sent out to in the supplementary agenda. And I'll just run over the agreed protocol for this meeting, which is that group leaders proposing amendments have 15 minutes to speak. Speakers seconding motions or amendments from groups are subject to a time limit of 5 minutes. However, group leaders can allocate part of their allocated 15 minutes to their seconders if they so wish. For example, each speaking for 10 minutes, as has been done in previous budget meetings. All other speakers in the debate are subject to a time limit of 3 minutes. In accordance with the procedure rules, all votes on the budget and amendments will be taken as recorded votes. So I invite the Leader of the Council to move the budget recommendations as sent out in the report.
Thank you, Chairman. This is the most important meeting of our civic year. So today we set out how we will use taxpayers' money responsibly. We'll protect vital services and deliver on the priorities this Conservative administration offers to the people of Norfolk. Before addressing the challenges, it's worth reminding ourselves what we have achieved. We've invested an additional £60 million in adult services, transforming social care and building new housing with care and independent living schemes for some of our most vulnerable residents. We've increased the children's services budget by £32 million, responding to rising demand, particularly in SEND, and delivered new specialist schools and special resource bases alongside mainstream provision. We're delivering major infrastructure, the Long Stratton bypass, improvements at Thickthorne and dualling the A47. Our highways maintenance is nationally recognised as being very good. We are leading on the environment, moving closer to planting 1 million trees, investing in electric buses, increasing passenger numbers and protecting our natural landscape, despite the best efforts of central government to cover us in pylons and solar panels and allow our coastline to fall into the sea. We are backing culture and growth with over £27 million invested in the Norwich Castle Keep project to boost tourism, and through initiatives such as High Street Matters and Support Your Local Pub, strengthening relationships with businesses and investors. We were on the brink of securing devolution, having fought our way onto the devolution priority programme to bring £37.4 million a year for 30 years into Norfolk and Suffolk, only for this incompetent government to destroy it. We remain ambitious for Norfolk, but ambition does not remove financial reality. Demand for services continues to rise, costs continue to increase, but funding does not keep pace. We welcome announcements on tackling the SEND deficit, but the detail remains unclear and the underlying funding gap persists. We still lack a genuinely fair funding formula, one that recognises the higher costs of delivering services in rural counties like ours. Instead, we see resources drawn away from the shires to metropolitan areas. That's not fairness, and it can't continue. We are also effectively required to raise council tax by 4.99%. The government's funding assumptions are built around that increase. As Conservatives, we are deeply unhappy about this. We would prefer greater local autonomy over taxation, but that freedom is being taken away year on year. Recently, I've been the receiver of a coordinated campaign of emails calling for a council tax freeze. If only it were that simple. Freezing council tax would remove £30 million from our revenue budget. That's the equivalent of halving home-to-school transport, or perhaps devastating our fire service. It would be irresponsible, and our Section 151 officer would rightly refuse to sign it off. We will not promise what cannot be delivered. We will keep council tax as low as possible, find efficiencies wherever we can, and protect frontline services. But we will be honest with residents about the constraints that we face. We must also look ahead. The pressure on local government, particularly rural authorities, shows no sign of easing. Demand is rising, statutory duties remain. The challenge is how we prevent today's pressures becoming tomorrow's crisis. Fortunately, it looks like LGR is now dead, and no one wanted unitary government for Norfolk. It was a government idea imposed upon us without notice. It would create massive upheaval, and there's no funding for the change. We were expected to find the money ourselves whilst maintaining business as usual. And I expect the government to now drop LGR like they have dropped us. I most certainly won't be doing anything to assist them with this fiasco. I hope the other councillors in Norfolk will join me in saying that enough is enough. This exercise has been nothing but divisive, taken up valuable officer time, and would no doubt result in council tax rises across the board. Finally, I'd like to thank members and officers for their diligence, particularly the Deputy Leader, Andrew Jamieson, for his steady hand on the tiller. We're not seeking emergency support. We're not issuing a Section 114 notice. We're not passing the consequences of poor decision-making on to residents. We once again present Council with a balanced budget. This Council is lean and efficient because this Conservative administration makes prudent choices. We do not offer easy slogans to win votes. We do not pretend governing is simple. We focus on delivery. So the choice before Council today is clear. Steady, responsible leadership that safeguards services and finances, or gestures that may sound attractive but would place this authority at risk. I commend the budget to the Council, and Councillor Jamieson will present the detail behind the numbers as a seconder.
Thank you, Councillor. I invite the Cabinet Member for Finance to second the proposal. And do you wish to either speak at this point or reserve your right to speak later in the debate? Thank you very much. And I invite the Leader of the Liberal Democrat Group, Councillor Brian Watkins, to respond to the motion proposed by the Leader of the Council and move his own budget amendment. Thank you. Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could very briefly comment on yesterday's announcement. I certainly also feel it's a humiliation for the government, a total shambles and a damning indictment of their incompetence over this issue. I do feel that the elections should go ahead and voters should have the right now to hold the administration and indeed all individual councillors to account. But the delay has wasted precious time and money, diverted officer capacity within the council, and crucially has eroded public confidence in the political system. Moving on, we all fully understand that these are challenging times, and I recognise the difficult choices facing the council as it tries to balance the books. Each year we come together in this chamber knowing the pressures, the anxieties and the real-world consequences that our decisions will have for the people of Norfolk. And each year those pressures grow heavier. Once again, we are debating a budget shaped by forces that sit far beyond the walls of County Hall. A local government finance system so outdated and dysfunctional that even multi-year settlements feel more like firefighting tactics instead of real solutions. The government's recently announced new SEND funding arrangements potentially offer a path to stability. But between now and then, Norfolk is still projected to accumulate another 200 million in SEND pressures. Add to that the fragility in the social care market, recruitment struggles across frontline reforms, and the uncertainty surrounding devolution delayed LGR reforms, and we have a system stretched to breaking point. The administration is right to highlight these pressures, and they are right to call for reform. But calling for change is not the same as preparing for it. We have been let down for too long by political leadership that lacks vision and the energy and dynamism to make things happen. This Conservative administration, which has now been in power at County Hall for 10 long years, must take responsibility for its many mistakes and oversights during that period. They have dithered when firm, decisive action was required. They have fallen short when strong, purposeful direction was needed. But it's not too late. If ever there was an opportunity to step up, it is now, even with, as the leader has said earlier, the doubts that now seem to be with us with regard to the future of devolution and LGR. It does mean embracing innovation, not as a slogan, but with clear plans and safeguards. And it means understanding that transformation cannot be delivered by exhausted staff without the stability or support they desperately need. They cannot build the future on shifting sands. And at this point, Mr. Chairman, I would like to place on record the Lib Dem Group's appreciation to the Council's staff and the hundreds of volunteers throughout the county for their gallant efforts in delivering vital services with professionalism and commitment. Under this Conservative administration, the Council's finances remain in a critical situation, and the gravity of the current situation cannot be underestimated. Sadly, once again, it will be Norfolk's hard-pressed residents who will be paying more for fewer services at a time when the cost of living crisis continues to hit household incomes hard, and many on lower incomes will struggle to make ends meet. Never has the need for reform of local government finance been so important, but sadly that is likely to remain a distant dream. At this year's Budget Council, the Liberal Democrat group is making one simple, clear argument. 2026 must be the year of prevention, the year of young people, and the year we start laying proper foundations for Norfolk's next generation. The Lib Dem Group's amendments today reflect that. They are practical, targeted and deliverable. They support the officers who keep this council running. They strengthen the resilience of our services, and above all, they invest in young people, because without them, Norfolk cannot prosper. While there has been a real move forward within the council in recent times, the balance of choices still tends to favour immediate pressures over the long-term stability that preventative services provide. However, we know very well that when prevention is not at the forefront of our approach, costs will rise. And we see this everywhere, in our SEND tribunals, in children's services, in adult care, mental health demand, and in transport. That is why we place such great importance on this approach. The anchor of our budget amendment this year, our big-ticket proposal, is for the introduction of a youth bus pass across Norfolk for 18 to 25-year-olds, offering a 50% discount. It is bold, it is practical, and it is rooted in evidence. My seconder, Councillor Stefan Acheron, MP, will be having far more to say on that scheme in a few minutes. I do also recognise, Mr Chairman, that the Green Group have a similar proposal in their amendment, and I welcome that because it tells us that this is a real urgent issue for young people in Norfolk, not just a passing political idea. Our second theme today is properly supporting those working on the front line of SEND and children's services. Children's services is facing pressures from every direction. The recent national decision to write off 90% of SEND deficits is welcome. Yet despite this, the reality for families remains unchanged. Demand has surged, with EHCP numbers rising, I believe, by 177% in 10 years. We urgently need more foster carers so children can grow up in safe, stable homes. I know the administration are trying to take action on that. It should concern all of us that the council have spent, I think, 1.4 million defending SEND tribunal cases where parents are found to be right in the majority of that time. Behind every tribunal is a child needing support and a family fighting not to be overlooked. This is not a sustainable system. It is traumatising for families, financially unsustainable for councils, and demoralising for officers doing their best with limited resources. Almost 1 in 15 pupils in our county now has an EHCP, placing unprecedented pressure on local services and finances. This council is already recognised nationally for its innovative use of artificial intelligence to identify adults at risk of falls. So AI, used responsibly, can help free officer time, reduce delays, and allow practitioners to focus on complex cases where human judgment matters most. So 2 additional practitioners will help accelerate this work, ensuring that we are able to respond to the ever-growing list of families waiting and bring in transformative action to alleviate further delays. At the same time, the University of East Anglia stands as one of the UK's leading centres for speech and language therapy, ranked 6th nationally for the discipline. Harnessing this local excellence offers Norfolk an opportunity to respond proactively and responsibly. That is why we are also proposing funding 3 graduate speech and language therapists, creating a targeted early intervention resource that directly tackles the underlying pressures. By supporting children earlier, before needs escalate to the threshold of an EHCP, strengthens mainstream inclusion, reduces long-term costs, and ensures families receive timely, skilled support. And we want to also show our support for adult social care's drive towards a more community-based approach. The introduction of local area coordinators will provide the kind of early assistance that prevents problems escalating and reduces pressure on statutory services. Local area coordinators offer a single trusted point of contact, proactively reaching vulnerable residents, working through integrated neighbourhood teams and helping people find solutions rooted in their communities. So our proposed pilot scheme will see the funding of 2 additional local area coordinators, and the investment will not only be a practical step, it will be a strategic step too, anchoring the shift towards early intervention and sustainable demand management across the county. We are also incredibly proud to support a cross-county-wide partnership to support victims and survivors of domestic abuse. NIDAS has grown significantly over this short time, supporting around 6,000 people, with its model of support evolving and furthering those who so desperately need it. Supporting Norfolk's domestic abuse service is not optional. It is a moral responsibility. Setbacks here do not save money, they cost lives. We have listened to our Police and Crime Commissioner and proposed securing funding through to 2027-28 to give stability to a service supporting some of the most vulnerable people in our county. The Kick the Dust programme has transformed youth engagement across the county and is noted for its major national impact. It provides thousands of young people with opportunities to develop confidence, skills and routes into employment. And we want to expand this success, as there are parts of Norfolk that remain without that support. A dedicated officer will connect heritage and creativity in youth work in an area that desperately needs accessible activities for young people. We also want to develop a stronger local cultural infrastructure in North Norfolk, providing closer links between museums and the local heritage network in the area. In coastal and rural communities, museums are not just buildings, they are catalysts for identity, tourism and pride, and we believe that there is potential to develop this more effectively. We are opposed to the suggested library cuts and wish to reverse them. A recent annual survey of primary school staff found that almost a third of children who started reception last year were not able to use a book correctly. This is a stark reminder that early literacy cannot be taken for granted and that children need regular hands-on access to books if they are to build the foundations for reading, learning and confidence. Libraries are not luxuries, they are community anchors, especially for families without digital devices or the means to buy books. So restoring funding for books, DVDs and CDs is a modest step, but it's a deeply impactful one, as it will help to ensure that inclusion is not just a principle we talk about, but a reality delivered on the ground. And finally, the Kings Lynn circular route, exactly the type of small-scale infrastructure investment that improves everyday life. Better circulation strengthens the town centre, supports active travel and connects residential areas more effectively. So to conclude, Mr. Chairman, the Liberal Democrat group will always try to work constructively. Where the administration gets it right, we will support them. Where they take bold decisions rooted in evidence, we will back them. And we fully recognise the enormity of the challenge facing this council over the next couple of years. I presume that's still the case. However, our values in this particular budget, the Lib Dem values, are clear. We believe prevention is better than cure. We believe young people deserve opportunity, not obstacles. We believe in building strong foundations, not papering over the cracks. The proposals before you today are targeted, evidence-led and achievable. They support prevention, they strengthen our communities, they invest in our young people. I commend this amendment to Council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. And I invite the Leader of the Council to confirm whether or not she accepts the amendment.
No, I don't. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. In that case, do you have, Councillor Watkins, do you have a seconder for the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a seconder for the amendment. It's Councillor Ackroyd, MP.
Right. Thank you very much. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to reply?
I'll speak now. Could I just clarify the amount of time that I have, please?
You have 5 minutes, 30 seconds.
5 minutes and 30 seconds. Fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I cut my political teeth campaigning for local elections nearly 10 years ago here in Norfolk.
And this is all part of it.
Thank you. One of the themes that's cropped up consistently is about access. It's so much more than buses, but in our rural areas, buses lie at the heart. I remember vividly being horrified to hear how consultations around changes to bus services were targeted only at the last remaining bus users rather than the wider communities. And commissioning my own survey in Melton Constable Division, I learned how many more journeys could be made by public transport if there were the buses to take people where they wanted to go at the times they wanted to travel. But until this council, or let's face it, its successor unitary authority, wisely chooses to seize the opportunity for bus franchising, rural areas will be left with incremental improvements funded by crumbs that fall off the table alongside the goodwill of public transport operators to improve services where they can. The absence of a proper network for rural public transport prevents people from accessing opportunities, and it's these opportunities that are really what's at stake. Our group is putting forward today something simple and practical to do just this. A one-year pilot to give every 18 to 25-year-old in Norfolk 50% off their bus fares. Because as I've said here and in Parliament, our buses are not just vehicles to take people from A to B. They're routes to apprenticeships, to training, to seeing family, and for keeping medical appointments people simply can't afford to miss. When services don't run at the right times or don't exist at all, young people lose opportunity, parents lose support, and whole villages lose their independence. And it's an issue that I know we all recognise in this chamber and strive towards improving. So our community, 14.5%. It's not just a statistic, it's the reality of too many young lives narrowing too early on. Students tell us they're having to limit how much they can take part in university and college life, not just taught sessions, but trips to the library, to field work, to group work. If you're from a low-income background, the cost barrier bites even harder. The case for this pilot is clear. For a rural county like ours, access means opportunity. This council's Flourish framework is unequivocal. Geography is one of the biggest barriers that facing young people in rural areas. Research also shows that 2/3 of them, that's young people in rural areas, are worried about infrequent transport, and less than half of them expect to stay in their home area for the next 5 years. We can't afford to lose them. When young people can't move, they can't learn, can't eat or earn, they can't put down roots, this is bad news for them, but a lack of viable working age population is bad for everyone too. It's all very well retiring to North Norfolk, but even the richest residents would struggle to live their best lives if there's no one to pour the coffee on a Monday morning. Offering a 50% bus discount to all 18 to 25-year-olds across Norfolk will unlock these opportunities and will attract and keep our next generation of talent, promote Norfolk as a viable place to live, and strengthen the communities that rely on them. It's going to improve access to education, training and employment. It supports the Council's own economic growth strategy by helping entry-level and early career workers. It tackles one of our most significant performance challenges, the drop-off in post-16 education participation, and it prevents higher cost interventions later in SEND transport, in children's services, in adult social care, all through reduced isolation and better access to opportunity. And crucially, it helps young people stay in Norfolk. Like Councillor Watkins has said, 2026 must be the year we put prevention first, the year we back young people, and the year we lay proper foundations for Norfolk's next generation. This is not about ideology. It's about common sense and doing right by the next generation, most battered by COVID, most squeezed by the cost of living crisis, and most desperate for a reason to build their lives here. Let's make 2026 the year we stop just talking about opportunity and start enabling it. I urge you to support this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor. So the amendment has been moved and seconded, so we'll now move to debate on the amendment. Can I remind councillors that this is a debate on the amendment and not on the budget recommendations. So this means that anyone speaking can still speak on the debate later in the meeting. I've had a number of hands raised, and I can see Councillor Long's. Thank you. I'll take the councillors in the order of the hands that I've seen. 1, 2, 3. But the first person to the hand up was Councillor Sayre. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. No doubt people won't be surprised that I'll be speaking in support of our amendments, specifically the amendment for 2 EHCP AI automation practitioners and 67,000 for graduate speech and language therapists, and our amendment to fund NIDAS. Before I do, as a father of a SEND child, I want to say something about the government's SEND debt write-off. I'm relieved, and every SEND family in Norfolk is relieved. But let's be clear about this. This write-off for debt that should never have existed. The structural problems remain, and we will still need to submit a reform plan to government before we see a penny of that money, which is exactly why these amendments matter. Norfolk is one of the highest proportion of children with EHCPs anywhere in England. Almost 1 in 15 pupils now hold a plan. And most of our work, and last year alone, that number rose by more than 1,000. AI automation doesn't replace caseworkers. It frees them from the backlog that is letting our children down. 2 practitioners, 111,000, and critically, it strengthens the very SEND reform plan that we must submit to secure that debt write-off. The speech and language therapists embody everything our group stands for this year: prevention, young people, proper foundations for Norfolk's next generation. In our most deprived communities, up to half of our children start off school without basic communication skills. Without intervention, they don't just fall behind in reading and writing, they fall behind in everything. This is a workforce pipeline, preventative intervention and a community investment, all for £67,000. And NIDAS, I'm proud to have championed at Kings Lynn and West Norfolk Council the White Ribbon accreditation. I'm proud to be an Ask Angela ambassador, and I'm proud that NIDAS has supported over 10,000 referrals in just 3 years. 10,000 people, predominantly women and children, at medium or high risk of harm, who got help because of this service. White ribbon means nothing if we don't back it with funding. Ask Angela means nothing if there's no Angela to ask for. Together, these amendments are targeted, funded, and evidence-led, because cuts don't reduce services, they reduce lives. 178,000 in early interventions, or millions more in crisis later. I urge this chamber to support all our amendments, and I mean what we say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shibley-Sexton, please.
Thank you. As the Lib Dems have acknowledged, we have a similar budget amendment on buses and the need and importance for bringing in more affordable access to public transport for young people. It makes me happy to see they recognise that young people are struggling, and introducing such a scheme is a good preventative measure that will allow young people to be more mobile, better connected, and have more access to work and educational opportunities. I do worry that with LGR, the powers being gifted to the mayor in a couple of years, or whenever Labour U-turns and lets us have our election back. This amendment will set up a pilot scheme that will be costly and not have enough time to come to fruition, showing its strength in its own right, given that we won't have the time to see the long-term potential of such a positive scheme, while leaving the council more vulnerable to risk by using the additional funding at the final settlement, which is why we are proposing a feasibility study. However, I will be supporting this amendment because we have seen elsewhere the value of such schemes and their capacity to make real-world differences in people's lives. And I really hope everyone will too, because it will make everyone more connected. It will help prevent things like London brain drain, Norwich brain drain, and allow people to stay in their communities with their friends and family while being able to access and travel more freely in Norfolk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Price, please.
Thank you, Chair. People feverishly rewriting speeches today. Okay, I'll kick off to say that I broadly support the Liberal Democrat amendment, particularly the focus on early intervention in children's services and greater use of AI within the EHCP process. Demand in SEND has risen sharply nationwide. Councils are struggling to meet the 20-week statutory timescale, and Norfolk is no exception. Behind the high needs deficit and reform plans are real children waiting for support and families under strain. Delays in EHCPs are not administrative inconveniences. They mean missed provision and at critical moments. Investing in EHCP practitioners to expand AI use is not a gimmick. It is transformation. AI can automate document collation, evidence tracking, and workflow management, freeing skilled staff to focus on complex casework and direct engagement with families. If we are serious about efficiency without cutting frontline services, this is exactly the kind of targeted investment we should support. Early intervention reduces tribunal costs, prevents escalation, and more importantly, ensures children receive support sooner. It is fiscally responsible and morally right. I also strongly support creating a dedicated Kick the Dust officer in North Norfolk. I was on the Museums Committee when the original programme was established and saw how it empowered young people, especially those who felt disconnected, to engage with heritage and build confidence. Extending that model into North Norfolk, where provision is thinner, strengthens prevention, belonging and resilience. That is community wellbeing in practice. On libraries, restoring access to hardbacks, DVDs and CDs is not nostalgia, it is inclusion. Libraries are warm, trusted spaces. For many residents, particularly older people and those without reliable internet, non-digital access is essential. In times of financial pressure, we must not narrow services to only the digitally confident. Finally, the North Norfolk Heritage Network. Our heritage is extraordinary, and smaller organisations depend on collaboration and shared expertise. A modest investment here unlocks significant social and educational value. This amendment is about prevention, youth, community infrastructure, and smart transformation. It shows that efficiency and compassion are not opposites, and that investing in Norfolk's future means more than balancing this year's spreadsheet. So I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Long, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I think there's some very laudable things within the Lib Dem amendment, and it would be great to, via the budgets across, to fund these extra posts. But I have a concern with it, and the concern is, if you look on the chart on page A17, you will see that where the budget impacts are happening across which of the proposals that they're due to make. And on all bar 2 of them, you also see where those funding streams are reduced, taken away, cancelled. So are they proposing that we have a real desperate need unmet that will be met by a trial on the buses for 1 year and cancelled the next? I think young people who be, used to using their discounted bus pass will be quite miffed if it doesn't carry on, and because there's no proposal in there for how it would be funded going forward. A circular route for Kings Lynn. Great idea. £250,000 included within the 26-27 budget for that, and taken out again in 27-28. I know that brings the overall cost of that to 0, but of course that is a set-up cost to get it running, operational, whatever else. But the ongoing funding of this circular route for the buses, where's the subsidy coming from? Because it financially, if it's stacked up, I'm pretty certain the bus operators in Kings Lynn would already be offering a circular route around the town. And there lies the problem with budget amendments. A lot of these ideas could well have been brought forward via the appropriate select committee as a policy development need, where there is a defined need for extra investment within. But everyone was silent, and all of a sudden they come forward as budget amendments as though we're going to save the world by changing a budget of over £1.5 billion by £110,000. And that's the net effect of this over the term of the financial plan. I don't want to raise aspirations only to dash them, so unfortunately I won't be supporting, but I look forward to some of the suggestions that are being made coming forward in due course via the select committee process, if we're of course all around going forward to be able to do that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maxfield, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, good luck in chairing today's debate, because it always seems to me that this is the one day in the year when none of us can remember whether we're talking to an amendment or the main motion. Secondly, congratulations to the leader. I was quite pleased with myself when I managed to quote American poet Allen Ginsberg in a county council debate, but I wish I'd managed to quote the young ones. I'm actually quite enthusiastic about the Lib Dem amendment. I am remembering that I'm talking about the Lib Dem amendment. Even if the overall budget envelope means that the gains from some of the elements will be marginal. The main point I want to make today, though, is that I'm enthusiastic for any proposal that reduces, or better still, kills off the Norfolk Community Fund. You might think it's a bit odd for me to be advocating the scrapping of a programme that supports charities, but I do feel that this is one approach which is overly bureaucratic and poorly targeted and probably better done in other ways. So I would be very happy to see that fund ended. I also suspect it was introduced as one of a set of proposals which was really intended as a kind of sweetener for people to like the county council ahead of LGR. So perhaps with the leader's announcement today about LGR, her lack of support for ongoing LGR implementation, perhaps that's another reason why it can be put in the bin. That's all I really wanted to say on the amendment and probably on the budget. I recognise it's a difficult job to do. I did have a sneaky look for appropriate young ones quotes to end with, and there is one where they say, I feel like no one listens to me. It makes me feel like a Leonard Cohen record. So maybe on this one, even though I'm not proposing a formal amendment myself, perhaps this particular change will be noted and carried forward.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jones, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to support the Liberal Democrat amendment, particularly supporting the extra graduate speech and language therapists. This subject was considered by HOSC last November, and to contradict Councillor Long, in HOSC no one was silent. Workforce shortages are the single biggest driver of service failures across children's and adults' speech and language therapy, affecting waiting times, service sustainability and care quality. It's the root cause of long waits, service fragility, suspended clinics. There's been a 31% rise in demand from those with an EHCP. There are major service gaps affecting prisoners, people with dementia, people with mental health, people who have a tracheostomy, and people who have disfluency. This is a real need and a real demand. I think it's quite a simple thing to ask that is so necessary. We need to employ more speech and language therapies because currently services cannot meet statutory duties. Workforce shortages equals inequality and inconsistent access. Demands keep rising and the workforce hasn't. So I just do not see how you cannot support this proposal. The other thing I would like to say is that cuts to library services are totally unacceptable. Library resources are vital, especially for people who have few resources themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Roper, please.
Thank you, Chair. Last year, we brought an amendment to the Liberal Democrat group about increasing the use of AI within adult social care. We didn't win on the day. We probably didn't expect to win on the day, but over the course of the year, actually the spirit of our amendment has been very much taken on in terms of the way AI has been further implemented throughout the council. And I hope that even if today this amendment is not accepted by council, that many of the elements will be taken forwards in future planning by the administration, because they're very much pushing at open doors in terms of the way in which this council needs to be moving to improve the lives of our residents. Council can do better and must do better, and these are 9 proposals, all of which are designed to improve the lives of Norfolk residents and show that council is on their side. And it's a serious amendment from a group in waiting and a party that is ready to serve the people of Norfolk. And I will contrast that with perhaps the party that makes the most noise in the media, who today are offering absolutely nothing in the form of a budget amendment and are offering nothing to the people of Norfolk. This amendment does demonstrate that actually with, particularly the smaller ticket items, with £761,000, you can achieve a lot in crucial areas that will improve people's lives. Around the speech and language therapists, through the HCP practitioners, these are all areas where the council is doing a lot, but we think perhaps we can do a bit more and a bit quicker. So this is constructive guidance for the administration that we hope you will implement. Councillor Aquan has spoken about the Youth Bus Pilot Scheme. On a day when unemployment is reaching its highest in a number of years, I think this council should certainly look to press ahead with anything which is going to further enable young people to be able to access work, education and opportunities, because they are the future of this county. So I hope you can support this today. If you don't accept it today, I hope we can find ways of implementing many of the steps which we put forward in the future.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jimison, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we've heard a lot, and I'd like to thank Councillor Watkins, first of all, for acknowledging the move to preventative, long-term strategic policies that have been put in place by this administration, including via the use of AI, which has done so much to enable this council to put a balanced budget in place every year. But moving to this amendment, as with so many Lib Dem policy announcements, their ambition dissolves completely on contact with detail. And once you strip away the rhetoric, their major proposal looks less like a serious strategy and more like a political stunt, which of course it is. What happens the following year, when fares are reintroduced? This is no help for young people. In the paper, the 151 officer rightly warns Council that the use of the realignment of business rates funding reduces the budget's robustness, particularly when we do not yet know what costs will fall to the Council's revenue account as a result of the resolution of the outstanding SEND issue. This was a point again raised by Brian Watkins, and yet he blithely uses 2 million of that fund in order to put forward this short-term issue. The head of paid services also points out the need to mitigate both this risk and any other funding costs that may still come to us, so that the rest of the money is redistributed in this amendment, coming from support of our hard-pressed businesses. And so I wholly reject that unnecessary hit to the economy. I'll leave others to talk about EHCP practitioners, because I know they have an answer to that. But the Norfolk Museum and Kick the Dust, it happens already. I mean, Lib Dems, of course, control Norfolk. If they feel they need additional staff, they should fund it. But we have to look at all 10 of our museums, and we need to make sure that funding is equitable and not just pointed towards one area. On the issue of library cuts, for some reason, the Lib Dems have missed out the fact that Norfolk's book fund is one of the highest in the country at 1.4 million, or £1.50 a head. That compares, for example, with Bradford, down at 31p a head. We will remain one of the highest book funds in the country next year. The number of DVDs being borrowed has fallen exponentially, and so rather than put more money into an underused service, the library team want to use funding where it best meets customers' demand, and I think that's utterly reasonable to do so. King's Lynn, as my colleague has
Councillor,
already said,
you're out of time.
King's Lynn has already been the beneficiary of significant active travel funding, and they've been discussed at length with local members. Have every opportunity to discuss them if they feel the need to.
James, please.
Thank you, Chair. And actually, thank you for acknowledging our embracing of innovation and transformation. I always like a good nerd talk with the Lib Dems, so thank you for that. And actually also for recognising that we're recognised nationally for our use of AI and also that governance, which is key. However, I can't support that item 3 in it because being mindful of what Councillor Price said and Councillor Roper, we're doing this. We are already doing this. We have adults and children scale-up projects and utilising AI are recruiting 2 additional training posts, and digital transformation are recruiting an extra digital skills officer. So that's about putting in those strong foundations, as you said, about investing in all of our staff. We Children's have already invested in capacity to enable the piloting of different AI opportunities, specifically that reviewing source documents, as has been mentioned. And EHCP coordinators will still remain fundamental to that process, bringing their professional expertise to those plans, and will continue to finalise and own those final versions of reports, which is one of our fundamental principles of AI implementation, the human in the loop. We're also going to be shortly evaluating those pilots, so we're already implementing those AIs that you've said we should be doing, so that we can ensure that the best solution is rolled out to all EHCP practitioners as soon as possible. A healthy dose of tech scepticism, which is another primary principle. We've significantly invested in our EHCP coordinator capacity in recent years, and I know Penny has had some significant financial challenges within that role. We've not sought to make savings within there, as we know how important that resource is. And as you said, it's about investing in our staff. So we are investing already in that AI to make a difference and ensuring the importance of that data privacy as well. So thank you, but kind of already there, in the same way that we were kind of already there with the AI in adults, and we will continue to be at that vanguard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cole, please.
Thank you, Chair. On a day where we hear that youth unemployment is at an 11-year high, I'm really proud to actually see that our main item there is supporting young people and young adults in our county. We've always got your back, and the Lib Dems will always fight for young people. So that is a message from today. To focus specifically on two items. 1-year trial for Kings Lynn circular bus route. So this exciting proposal would loop around Kings Lynn, meaning that passengers won't have to change buses in Gaywood or the town centre to get to Hardwick, the Northland Industrial Estate, the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. So these are significant employers, and it will cut travel time and commutes. It'll help anticipated parking issues at the QEH when the new multi-storey starts this year. The new route trial would also mean significant housing areas like North shut down. But because of people's worries over commerciality, apparently this has never been taken further. So we need to be bold. We need to try new things. We can't retain the status quo and carry on doing things if they're not working. There hasn't been the political will or the wish and carry on doing things if they're not working. There hasn't been the political will or the wish, but today there is. So we've got to be bold, we've got to think outside the box. And instead of BSIP money being poured into Norwich and now Great Yarmouth, we've recently had a bus lane installed in the town to the north at Knights Hill that rarely gets any buses to provide the comprehensive support they would like for victims of abuse. At the start of this year, the Norfolk Police and Crime Commissioner wrote to every single Norfolk councillor, and again recently. She explained about a significant funding shortfall to the service anticipated because of demand for support is greater than the current capacity of the service. The service at the moment has to be taken on a needs-based approach rather than a risk-based approach. And the risk going forward is a patchwork of provision in the future, with the only guarantee of immediate service being for high-risk clients. This additional funding being proposed today would help fill that gap. Anticipated new authorities
Councillor, you're out of time. Could you sum up, please?
Thank you. Let's not allow the developing mess of LGR to put people at risk in Norfolk, and do the right thing. Thank you.
Councillor Mackey, you're looking very agitated there.
Well, I'm keen to resolve this, Mr. Chairman, and move the question now be put using procedural rule 12.10. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for that? Yeah, seconded. Okay, thank you for that. Well, I'm actually of the view that we've had sufficient debate on the assault. Allow the move of the motion. We'll go to a vote on that the question now be put. If that is unsuccessful, we'll continue the debate. If it's successful, I will return to the mover of the amendment to do his reply, and then we'll go on to the vote on the substantive matter. So, could those in favour of the question now being put, please raise their hands. Thank you. Right. Those against? Right. I think that's overwhelmingly in favour. Thank you. So, I will then return to Councillor Watkins and ask if you wish to exercise your right to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't say very much. I think I've made my case over the speech I was making earlier, but would just like to, first of all, thank the supportive comments that I've had from colleagues in the Labour group and the Green group for their remarks and backing our belief that that early intervention is so important. It's the right approach for this council moving forward. It helped to build capacity. I think that's very important. In response to some of the comments made by Conservative councillors, one of which was, well, it's all rather sort of pie in the sky and unaffordable. I think, you know, what is unaffordable is the continued cost of crisis within this council, the SEND tribunals, the emergency placements, transport pressures and recruitment gaps. So prevention isn't a luxury, it's a route to a more sustainable budget and a more sustainable future. Councillor Jameson mentioned again political stunts and you know, mentioned the young person's bus pass, but that idea is one, as we have seen, not just the Liberal Democrats support, but the Green Party support as well, and it's something that the public would like to see as well. I think when young people can't reach jobs or education, it's local employers that will struggle, wages will stagnate and services will decline. Finally, Mr. Chairman, Councillor James made some fairly complimentary remarks. Thank you for that. We do recognise what the administration is trying to do with artificial intelligence. So there is more work being done with prevention. Well, all I would say in response to her is, you know, if you have no problem with those ideas, then why not support them? We do need to strengthen frontline services, reduce long-term costs, and support officers in making these things a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I return to the leader as the proposer of the substantive motion. She wishes to reply.
No, I think we'll just go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the Amendment 1 is the Liberal Democrat budget proposal amendment for 26-27. Do you wish this taken en bloc? Yes, thank you. Could we have the voting set up on that, please? Thank you. And just remind councillors this is a vote on the amendment. Thank you. I'm advised that everyone has had the opportunity to vote and everyone has done so. So the result of that is for the amendment 419, no abstentions, 41 against. So the amendment is lost. So we now return to the main debate. I'll just let these scroll through first. Thank you. So I invite Councillor Steve Morphew of the Labour Group to respond to the motion proposed by the Leader of the Council and also to move his own budget amendment. Councillor Morphew.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council. Yes. What a difference a day makes. Or does it? As Councillor Price said a little earlier, I think there's an awful lot of frantic rewriting of speeches for today, but I don't think we should be too quick to take our eyes off the prize or to be too speedy in the way that we react to, well, let's just say changes in circumstances which came as an unexpected and sometimes unwelcome surprise to us. I think the knee-jerk reaction of ditching local government reorganisation and devolution, frankly, is premature, and I think we ought to just think about that for a little bit longer. I absolutely understand why people feel fed up about that. I feel fed up about where we are, but I'm not important. The people of Norfolk are important, and I think we need to make sure that we are doing the right thing for the people of Norfolk. And if I can borrow a young one's quote as well, I think you just cut off your finger. And I think we need to be careful that we don't cut off things which actually have got a lot to offer in the long term and are worth fighting for. We've come this far. We've had a number of setbacks. Let's, for heaven's sake, make sure that we don't do anything too quickly until we know what else is coming down the line. Because if there is the potential for rescuing this, then I think we owe it to Norfolk to make sure that we do. And because we've got changed circumstances, clearly the wording of our amendment is not entirely up to date, but certainly the content of it is important. And whilst I'm not demeaning the amendments brought by other groups, we may not be voting for them, but I recognise the passion with which they're brought. They are relatively small fry within the big amounts of the budget and the range of things which we cover as a county council. What we were doing and what we will continue to do and what we have done for the last couple of years is to look at broader, wider, deeper issues which are not about short-term political gain. They are about long-term structural stability and integrity of us as an organisation and the things that we do. And I think that's important, whatever the noise is off and whatever else is going on in the wider world. So the things that we're bringing to you today won't come as too much of a surprise, because if you have a look at the things that we've been bringing into the select committees, the things that we've been bringing into council, the questions we've been asking into cabinet, a lot of them have been around Norse, a lot of them have been around the wholly owned companies, a lot of them have been around the way that we have been managing the care estate. Now we are in a position, well, we may be in a position, where under local government reorganisation or not, there will be an opportunity or a need to do due diligence on those companies. The fact that we've got to a point where questions need to be asked, or I believe, Labour Group believes that questions need to be asked about what value they've got for the future, is not where I expected to get. But I think it's right that we should do it in a dispassionate and objective sort of way, rather than a political way or a party political way. And I regret that, in a sense, because the elections are coming back, we're asking it now in the run-up to an election period. That wasn't the intention, but hey, that's exactly where we turn out to be. So in the preamble to the motions on the order paper, which I don't intend to go through entirely because you're perfectly capable of reading that, you can see that we're in the situation where Norse, I would strongly question whether or not it actually still has its fundamental statement of purpose. Now, we know what it was there for in 2006. I've always been a fan of it. It was set up under Celia Cameron's time as leader of the council, and she was a very close friend of mine, and I knew a lot about what was going on then because I was leader of the city council at the time, so followed it, and it was around making sure that we got the best out of the contracting out arrangements that were under the Conservative government at the time. There was a lot of important stuff that was done there. Time's moved on. We're 20 years further down the line. If you ask what Norse is there for now, it's not making a profit. And if you ask what it's actually serving, the purpose it's serving for our county council, Very few people can answer that, even on the council when I've asked them the question, so what's it there for? Now, that's not to say that it needs to be broken up, it's not to say that it needs to be ended, but it does need to have a very clear statement of purpose. What are we doing it for? Otherwise, we're doing it because we do it. We're doing it for the sake of it. Now, internally, and quite rightly, and I will give credit to the administration for this, a lot of the things that we've done because we've always done it that way have been challenged, and quite rightly so too. They should be challenged. However, this is one thing that hasn't been. We do have a set of guidance, a set of rules. Local partnerships have got a very clear set of guidance. 2023 local partnerships are the kind of gold standard against which, though wholly owned companies are judged. So the suggestion in the amendment is that we ask local partnerships to come in and take a look, see what they think against the standards that they're responsible for. Can't see any problem with that. It would give us reassurance. No, I don't know how much it's going to cost. We've put a figure in of £100,000. It could be more, it could be less, but we are talking about a company, because that's a significant amount of money, we are talking about a company with a turnover of £350 million a year. So against that, it's not an awful lot of money, and North's working well is a major asset. North, if it's not working well, is a major risk. It's worth £100,000 to get that right so that we can develop it for the future, so that it can become a viable, sustainable organisation for the future, or we can decide to do something else, but we could do with an external expertise having a look over it to give us that degree of reassurance. And if we do finish up in local government reorganisation, then we will be a lot clearer for our partners, because whatever the leader says, I've got a feeling that the districts are still going to continue to be interested in local government reorganisation. They're going to want reassurance as well. Now, the care homes bit is crucial. Again, I'm not going to repeat all of that. I actually have had the narrative around that included in the motions, which we never seem to somehow get to, but they're always on the council agenda, and they get longer because they give as much detail as is in the public domain, and we keep on trying to find a bit more to put into the public domain. Like recently we found out that there is this apparent figure of £80 million to bring them up to scratch. £80 million. Given that 3 of the freehold properties that North Care own are relatively new, so I'm going to suggest to you they wouldn't need an awful lot of capital investment. That means £80 million over 17 care homes, which are leased to North by us at the moment, and that works out of £4 and a bit million a piece. I struggle with that figure. I just don't believe it, to be perfectly honest. Hopefully we will get a breakdown of that. I've asked for it. It has yet to arrive with me. But in the meantime, what the proposal is for the County Council that the Cabinet have approved is to transfer all of our leased homes, when they come back to us from North to North, freehold, and that they are sold as part of North Care. And I struggle, again, with the notion that somehow or another this really is a local company that they're being sold to. It's not. It's actually a company which is owned ultimately by a mega American healthcare company with 24,000 beds trading under a range of different names. Don't tell me it's a local company. It used to be. It got sold on. It's not anymore. So what are we doing selling it off at the moment? Well, if we do finish up with local government reorganisation, fingers crossed, because I still think it's the best thing for the most efficient, effective, cost-effective, democratic, accountable way forward after we've had this structure that we've got now for 50 years, and we all know how clunky it is, then those 1, 2 or 3 new unitary authorities are going to want to make their own decisions about the best way of delivering residential care. Independence is a great thing. We all want to support that, but we do know that there will always be residual residential care, and if we do manage to keep people alive and living independently for longer, ultimately, they're likely to finish up with more people in residential care. Whether or not they're suffering from things like dementia, we will see. But if we lose control of the market, we saw what happened when we disposed of a lot of our children's support facilities. And we finished up, to quote the Director of Children's Services, there was profiteering. And we don't want to set ourselves up in the market for adults for profiteering. So the proposal is that we find the money to bring the properties, not just the ones that we own, but to buy the freeholds of Mayflower, Lydia Eva and Mountfield. We buy the freeholds, we bring them back, and we consolidate the care estate into the county council ownership. And we use the offer that we've got from Norse at the moment to continue running that for the time being, because they said they wouldn't leave us high and dry, but they could continue to run our estate that we own, whilst alternatives were looked at. Now, it could be that the 1, 2 or 3 unitaries decide that they want to sell off the care homes in their area, or they might decide that they want to keep them, or they might decide they want to keep some of them, or they might decide to set up their own equivalent of Norse Care. But what we're doing by selling them off is taking away those and any other options that those unitaries may come up with. We're also in a situation, again, as the leader of the council said, we are very close now to the elections, and she thinks it's not right that we should make those kind of substantial decisions around devolution and local government reorganisation this side of the elections. So why are we making substantial and irreversible decisions about the care estate this close to elections? Yeah, it is a different day from yesterday, but there are now new questions being asked depending on the way you look at it. So the suggestion is that we do have a proper look at this and do it a different way, what I would say is a right way, and frankly a more transparent way, because I think people have been, are aware of the concerns that we've expressed around that. Now, I want to see our care estate fit for purpose wherever it finishes up. I want to see the challenge issued, the options looked at properly, and conclusions come to. Now, I do know that not all of those options have been considered in that sort of depth. Now, some of that stuff isn't in the public domain, but I definitely know that that is the case. So there are opportunities not to throw everything out, but to look again to make sure we're doing the right thing within the changing context. With Norse, what I'm asking for is that we pursue an external review, not in a negative sense, but to see how Norse shapes up against the set of rules, guidance, which local partnership actually came up with, so that we've got a clear idea of where we stand. Now, I've got a number of things that I could go through which give hints and suggestions about issues that might be problems. I don't particularly want to go there, because what I really want to do is to get that objective external view on it. Now, when it comes to what happens over the next few weeks, time will tell. Elections are wonderful things. You win some, you lose some. Strange things happen. But there's one thing that I can agree with that the leader said, and probably the only thing I will agree with this today: bring it on.
Thank you, Councillor. And I ask the Leader of the Council to confirm whether or not she would wish to accept the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I can't accept the amendment.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Smith, Clare. By my reckoning, you have 5 minutes, 35 seconds. Willing to be wrong on that. But do you wish to speak now, or do you wish to reserve your right?
I reserve the right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. In that case, I've had a number of people indicate so far. I've had Councillor Price, Councillor Thomas, Councillor Peck and Councillor Borrett. Thank you. And I've now 2 others. Councillor Price, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak in support of this local Labour amendment. There is little else from their government ministers that is possible to support these days, flip-flopping more than a beachside shop in Cromer. I'd like to speak on governance first. The 2023 LATCO guidance from local partnerships is clear that council-owned companies must have a defined public purpose, strong oversight and transparent risk management. These are public bodies holding public assets and public risk. As we approach local government reorganisation, or so we thought, reviewing Norse, Independence Matters, Hethel and Repton against the gold standard is simply good governance. The Local Government Information Unit consistently highlights the need for active stewardship of arm's-length companies, and Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accountability stresses that financial resilience depends on clarity about long-term liabilities and exposure. External assurance now is prudent. We should be asking, what is the enduring purpose of these companies? What risks sit on our balance sheet beyond 2028? That is not political, it is just good financial responsibility. Turning to Norse Care. At the Strategic and Corporate Committee last week, I made a point that allowing Norse to withdraw from care and sell off the estate is one option, but not the only one. Others in the room did make the same point. The sell-off is really just about removing a debt liability off the council's hands. We could consider consolidation of freeholds, alternative delivery models, joint ventures, or transitional arrangements that preserve flexibility for successor authorities. Making irreversible decisions just before the government should be announcing its minded-to decision creates risk. We should be shaping adult social care provision in a way that we would be shaping adult social care provision in a way that binds future unitaries. That sits uneasily with good practice, particularly when our own risk register flags volatility and LGR uncertainty. That's if the Conservative leader gets on with it, rather than thinking of opening her own flip-flop shop next door to the Labour one. SIP for guidance is clear that councils should avoid locking in structural decisions during periods of major change, unless absolutely necessary. This is another point that I raised at the Strategic and Corporate Committee. Today, I would urge the leader of this council to stop sulking that the elections are back on and get on with delivering LGR for the people of Norfolk. The Labour amendment does not say never sell. It says pause, assess, test against recognised guidance and ensure decisions are evidence-based and future-proofed. Council-owned companies should exist because they deliver clear public value aligned to our strategy. Reviewing purpose and risk now protects residents, staff and the councils that follow us. Supporting this amendment is prudent and demonstrates good governance. So I'm hopeful that we can all support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thomas, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, here we thought we had elections being delayed, but now they're back on. But now we've got the Labour group trying to delay a decision when a contract is ending at the end of March. I'm quite bemused, really, because actually what they're saying is, let's stop. Councillor Price said that we allowed Norse Care to withdraw from the care market. We didn't allow them. The Norse Care Board made the decision that they are withdrawing from the care market because they are an independent body. And I note that Councillor Morphew, in point 8.3 of the proposal, it says that the North Board are resolved to withdraw from care, but have given reassurance they'll continue to deliver care beyond the expiry of the contract in March 2026. That's 6 weeks away. You missed 3 key words: to enable transition. That is the only agreement that the North Board have agreed. They haven't agreed to continue to provide care ad infinitum. I would point out, for some context, we have 290 care homes in Norfolk, 20 of which are overseen by Norse and Norse Care. So let's put some perspective about the impact of changes that might be happening that are going to improve facilities for residents who are living in care provision at the moment. There is a proposal here to purchase at best consideration the freeholds of Lydia Eva, Mountfield and Mayflower. There is no mention there about where that money is going to come from. how we're going to fund it. I assume from borrowing. There's no mention, therefore, about the revenue impact that that will have on the budget, and I'm sure Councillor Jameson would have significant concerns about that. This council has just agreed to invest an additional £35 million in supported living and independent living to enable people to remain independent in purpose-built, bespoke provision that gives them the care and support they need at the time that they need it. This is a misguided attempt to delay a process that is going to run out of time.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peck, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, a lot of what Councillor Thomas has said I agree with and was what I was going to say, but I would just like to take the point. I think there's a difference in philosophy between the parties opposite and us over here on how to run standalone companies. If you look at Labour-controlled councils, they tend to be very heavily involved with councillors on the board. They tend to be run by the council and not totally independent. And I would just point out to you that you don't have to look far to see how a Labour council runs a LATCO. And I talk about Lion Homes, which is run by the City Council, or was. Homes sold for less than they cost to build. A resulting £6 million of public money lost on one development, Rains Park. £10 million bailout from the council. Further request for £3.5 million in equity after that. Continuing losses of £2 million in the last 3 years before they went into voluntary liquidation, leaving the taxpayer on the hook for millions. So, you know, I resent the fact that the Labour group are trying to tell us how to run a LATCO, frankly. But going on to Norse, you say, what's the point of Norse? Well, of course, they don't just deliver care homes. They do home for school transport, schools catering, highways contract. They run the Aircraft Academy, which is another legacy thing that they got from the Rainbow Alliance, which is not doing terribly well. And they're growing their business outside of Norfolk with very decent margins now. The new board is making great strides to get them back into profitability. So, you know, painting them as some sort of basket case is not fair. And I would remind you, if you look at some of the other companies that you mentioned in there, you've got some of your facts wrong as well. But I'll leave it there. I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Borrett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I start, I would just like to say how very pleased I am that the elections are going ahead and how exciting it is that the government has finally seen sense. Turning to the budget, we're all here today to set a budget for the County Council, and that is really important because that is about how the Council shapes and delivers its services to the one or just under 1 million people across Norfolk, how we repair their roads, manage their social care. All of that is in the document that we're looking at today. And I know at this moment we are debating the Labour amendment, which is suggesting over the term of its amendment that we should make no change to the budget. Because even though they are saying they want £350,000 spent this year, then they're reversing it next year. So the overall, and if you look at the screen, the overall impact of the Labour budget amendment is £0 and 0 pence. So I think we spent quite a long time discussing this. There is a far bigger job to be done today than arguing about whether you believe that things should be done better in the public or private sector. Actually, all I'm interested in is the quality of the service that we provide and do we deliver value for money to the people who pay for it. And this, I think, is just a red herring and we're going in circles. So I will not be supporting this. And you know, it's a bit embarrassing, but then that's what we would expect from Labour these days.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sands, please.
Thank you, Chair. Is that switched on? Yes. It's no surprise that I will be supporting the Labour amendment. The opportunity to retain ownership of our care homes and care villages in public ownership should be lauded. It gives the future of 1, 2 or 3 unitaries the opportunity to determine the future of social care provision in all areas of the county. We know that much of this has come about as a result of 14 years of Tory government and cuts to local government and funding on a slash and burn process that this has brought about. I stand in front of the Meadows and Mayflower care home in my division, and I picture it owned by a US Trump-inspired so-called healthcare fund. We know that CGen will do what they will. They will slash funding. They will redirect internal purchases through their own subsidiaries at inflated costs, which will ultimately result in increased rents and other charges, meaning those living in these care villages, and others across the county, particularly those who are self-funded, will become unaffordable, and they will be forced to move out and find cheaper, perhaps less suitable accommodation elsewhere. So I do support and recommend this amendment to others. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watkins, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Lib Dem group will be backing this Labour amendment here today. It is right that the Council should be concerned about the situation with Norse, particularly with LGR hopefully still happening, and it's our duty to ensure that it's handed over to successor councils in the best possible hands. Quite frankly, at the moment, it's not possible to give those guarantees. Anything relating to wholly owned council companies like Norse, Independence Matters, Repton, Hethel, has to be totally above board and beyond reproach. We're talking about the protection of public assets, and the people of Norfolk need to have the confidence that we as elected councillors have proper rules and safeguards in place. Whilst respecting that there are times when commercial confidentiality has to be respected, there is a worrying tendency for this council to withhold the release of information where it is convenient to do so, and the Norse Care contract is one such example. Norse's decision to come out of the current care home contract might help to improve their profitability, but the Conservative administration's overall handling of this highly sensitive issue in recent times has been deficient and totally inadequate. If LGR does happen, any successor councils will have big decisions to make in terms of the range and scale of its future care commitments, and will undoubtedly need to go through due diligence. As the amendment makes clear, it is important that an alternative in-house option should be worked up whilst there is still time. As Councillor Thomas has said, Norse Care are intending to withdraw from that care market contract. So I think it makes the need for an external review even more important. Yes, it will mean a pause in the current process, and continuing delay and uncertainty is not an ideal scenario. But that's the administration's fault. The opposition parties have continually urged you to think again, and you have failed to do so. It is not misguided at all. So we believe that those new successor councils must have the opportunity to make an informed choice about the type of care provision that is made available to their local residents. It is the right thing to do, and the Lib Dem group will be supporting the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jimmerson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I welcome this amendment. As Councillor Borrett says, Labour is clearly in support of my budget as they make no material change to it at all. And also, given the Labour government's shocking lack of principle, ideology and coherent policy direction, at least this amendment has a modicum of ideology behind it. However, I can't possibly agree to it. It is an attempt to delay a process that has been in place, fully transparent in place, since the summer of 2024. 3 key cabinet papers have been written to cover this issue. But if we cannot simply delay this still further in order to put in place a failed, outdated, dogmatic status solution. If adopted, Norfolk's elderly and most vulnerable residents would not have access to modern care in modern care homes. Instead, we have an alternative. We believe it is the private sector that provides the investment, the innovation, and the delivery capacity that is needed to sustain and develop vital services over the next 30 years. So let's make no bones about it. This amendment throws up arbitrary procedural points that have already been refuted by the monitoring officer and the Director of Finance in order to try and delay or stop the transfer of the residential estate for an outdated ideology without caring for people at all. Its only effect would be to continue uncertainty for residents. The procedural points are easily covered. Every council-owned company operates to clear objectives set by the council through formal shareholder direction letters which are reviewed and updated as necessary. Companies are not operating independently of the council. They operate within a framework explicitly set by the council as shareholder, which includes annual approval of the business plan by Cabinet. And there is no one-size-fits-all, however. The approach to companies and their objectives not all companies are there to maximise profits. Some exist to deliver services and social value, and we have those as well. The leaseholds are transferred to Norse because this is a group transaction, as we want the sale to proceed as a single transaction to a buyer committed to retaining and modernising the care homes. We need a single entity to do so, therefore. The current Norse shareholder direction letter remains relevant and provides the company with a clear set of objectives. And there are multiple routes of challenge and scrutiny. And to say that this has been done in secret is simply not the case. There's Cabinet, there's select committees, and there's the company governance panel. And this has been done. It's been raised repeatedly. And I'm reminded of Einstein's definition of insanity, Councillor. Insanity is doing the same thing again and again and expecting a different answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kemp, and then Councillor Elmer.
Thank you, Chair.
Actually, Chair, I was going to suggest that the motion now be put, given that we want to get to the green motion before lunch.
I was just about to say, after Councillor Kemp has spoken, I intend to return to the seconder of the motion.
Thank you, Chair.
I'll let Councillor Kemp speak, then we'll...
Thank you, Chair. The Independent Progressive Group is bringing a motion regarding Norton amendment, but we'll be supporting the Labour amendment because I want to put the human side of things. Last year, Berman House Care Home was one of the care homes which the council's company Norse closed. And, you know, that care home meant a lot to the residents of South Lynn. People said it wasn't just that their loved ones were there. Some of them had actually stayed there for rehab with their loved ones in the care home, and they had nothing but praise for the staff and the care. They said the staff went above and beyond. And it was closed. It was rated good by the Care Quality Commission, but it was closed. I wanted to call the matter in. The call-in was refused. It was never, the closure of Berman House was never debated in full council or in a committee. The cabinet reports were exempt. And this is the true side of things, the trauma to residents, people having to find alternative care homes when they were happy where they were. This council needs to have a bit more heart. It needs to think of the result of its actions on vulnerable people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smith-Clare, you've reserved the right to speak. By my reckoning, you have 5 minutes, 35 seconds.
That looks like it's 33 now. Thank you, Chair. I won't dwell on certain aspects of our amendment because it's already been said, because we will robustly continue to recognise the value of LGR provision. Something that doesn't deserve a white flag, knee-jerk, next-day reaction. I'd expect more than that. And as a lover of subversive comedy, particularly the young ones, and I hate to follow a line because I'd love to have been first, that response does remind me of the wonderful punk Vivian. I never thought I would see anyone at that front desk representing that character or me saying anything. But Vivian had the statement, and that is the single most predictable and boring thing that anyone could ever say. Now, moving on to the main part, our amendment represents an honest and transparent opportunity for Norfolk and its care sector, a logical strategy, an approach that will lead to positive, recognisable results. The decision on Norse Care is problematic. This sale and its unclear process and what goes on behind it has led to what can be perceived as, well, an in-the-gap gift to an unknown American company. Now, I worry about that, and I think most of us and our vulnerable residents and those that exist in care homes are concerned. They're concerned about that company's commitment and the ability that they can care for them and the future of their lives. And I recognise that, and I'd be surprised if most of us don't recognise that. They are the most vulnerable members of our community. Now, this process that's in place does deserve practical scrutiny. Why shouldn't it? Residents of homes who have members sitting here and behind me are currently assisting with their families. They're dealing with not just initial problems, but fears and future concerns. They deserve better, genuinely deserve better. And as our amendment identifies, this does deserve an appropriate review. I hope that our amendment is accepted and those that are here today that do care about the future of Norfolk's care sector and those that benefit from it, vote for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Morphew, do you wish to make a final response, please?
Yes, please, Chair. To respond to Councillor Thomas, yes, of course we know that the contract is ending at the end of March, and yes, we do know that it's to enable transition because what we're looking at is introducing options, not solutions. So it's not, Councillor Jameson, a failed, outdated status solution unless giving options to new unitary authority or authorities is considered to be those things. Councillor Thomas said that that Norse is an independent company, whereas Councillor Jameson quite rightly said shareholders direct through their shareholders letter, and the framework was set by Cabinet. I think somebody needs to get their facts straight there, and certainly in terms of whether or not it's public, most or a lot of the useful information in those 4 Cabinet reports was below the line, and you had to work very hard to get your hands on it. I got some of it, and I'm still sitting on it because it's confidential. But the shareholder letters are also confidential. Ask for them. Try and get hold of them. It's quite useful, if you can. Councillor Peck, funnily enough, I'm not a city councillor. And actually what I'm looking at is our companies and how they shape up. And that's all I'm interested in. So focus would be quite a good thing. And no, Councillor Borrett and Councillor Jameson, we haven't made big efforts to try and change the overall budget because this budget with local government reorganisation is very short term, probably even more short term if we've got elections one way or another, but we don't want to tinker around the edges. We want a long-term sustainable solution for the people of this county. And that involves picking up some of the big ticket items that deserve challenge and trying to come up with a solution which gives those and those who represent them genuine options to give them the best value for money, the best quality services for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I ask the Leader of the Council if she wishes to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. There's been a sort of suggestion here that the process hasn't been good enough and the governance has been lacking, but that's just simply not true. This process has been ongoing for some time, and there have been many reports about it, and we know that we have a contract that's ending. We cannot just sit by and do nothing. It's also been suggested that because we have an election now, that we shouldn't be making decisions of this type, but this amendment suggests that we should be purchasing these homes. Now, if that isn't a big decision to be making in the dying months of this administration, I don't know what is. So you can't have it both ways. Stowe Healthcare is actually a UK limited company, and there would be safeguards in place for any existing residents. So it's a bit disgusting to be scaremongering residents that they're going to have all their bills whacked up and they'll all have to leave their homes. Nobody is suggesting that, and nobody's either suggesting that there is any inferior care in these homes. That's simply not the case. So we can't be sitting here looking at socialist dogma, which is what this is all about. It's all about care homes are best run by the council, and that's just simply not the case. What we need is a modern system, modern residential care homes for all of our residents, and we have an opportunity here to use the investment of a private company to ensure that that happens in those particular care homes. And there is a lot of due diligence to still be gone through before we get to that point. I heard what Councillor Morphew said about carrying on with Devo and LGR. Well, quite honestly, we've had patience, we've tried collaboration, it hasn't got us anywhere. You cannot trust this government at all, and we're not going to do their dirty work anymore. We're not going to let them blame us for their decisions, and we're not going to be their scapegoat, and that's the end of it.
Thank you, Councillor. So we now go to recorded vote on this amendment. Councillor Morphew, are you happy? Happy to take this on block, or do you wish it?
Sorry, Chair, and thank you for the nudge. Yes, we'd like to split it, please.
Okay, thank you. So Alex, just for the voting, the first vote we'll do on is reference 1, which is the wholly owned company's governance. We'll vote on that first, please. I know. Councillor Gurney, could you turn your speaker off? Thank you. Yeah, so I'm told that everyone here has had the opportunity to vote. So for the amendment 18, there are no abstentions and against 41. So that part of the amendment is lost. And we'll now go to the vote. We'll let this just scroll through, and then we'll go to the vote on the second part of the amendment, which is North Care and council-owned residential care homes. Thank you. Okay, we're 3 councillors short, please. And remind councillors that if they wish to abstain, they should show that on the thing. We're still 1 councillor short. Okay. If anyone hasn't the opportunity to vote, could they make it on? Well, so no, it's fine. But it is expected that councillors vote, and if they wish to abstain, it's not a matter of just not voting. So for the amendment 8, that part of the amendment 18, There are no abstentions showing and against 40, so that amendment is lost. Thank you. That takes us to 4 minutes to 12. I propose that we break to 12:30 and resume I think we're on slightly longer than another hour, but I'll see everyone back at 12:30. Thank you very much. Back to the budget meeting for County Council. I'm advised that we are due to finish at 1:41, unless the meeting... Councillor Mason-Billig.
Can I request that we extend the meeting for an extra hour until the end of the substantive motion, whichever is the later?
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Mackie. Those in favour of extending the meeting as proposed? Anyone against? No abstention. So the meeting is duly extended, so that be 2:41 or to the end of substantive motion. Thank you very much. That takes us to the amendment from the Green Group. Councillor Price, you have 15 minutes to speak. You may share part of this time with your seconder, who otherwise has 5 minutes. You have up to 15 minutes yourself. Councillor Price.
Thank you. Setting a county council budget in 2026 feels less like an exercise in political choice and more like an exercise in damage limitation. And the most striking thing about these budget papers is not what the Green Group says about them, it's what this council's own officers are warning us about. The Director of Strategic Finance is explicit that the council's increasing reliance on locally raised income is becoming unsustainable beyond the short term. The papers make clear that from 2027-28 onwards, the ability to continue balancing the books through council tax rises and local income alone becomes increasingly fragile. That is not opposition scaremongering. That is the Statutory Finance Officer of Norfolk County Council telling us, in measured language, that the model is breaking down. This budget includes over 104 million of additional spending, alongside 42.3 million of savings and efficiencies. Yet, despite the scale of effort, we are still left with a 35.9 million problem by 27-28 and 105.5 million over the life of the MTFS. That should concern every councillor in this chamber, regardless of party. And how is this budget being propped up? By asking local residents to pay more. 83% of the funding uplift comes from council tax, not from central government support. So while ministers in Westminster talk about fiscal responsibility, it is families in Norfolk who are being asked to shoulder the burden. Council tax is one of the most regressive taxes we have. A resident in a modest two-bed flat pays a far higher proportion of their income than someone sitting on large land assets. That is why the Green Party continues to argue for land value taxation, a fairer system that taxes unearned wealth rather than people simply trying to keep their heads above water. We must also be honest about the impact of the latest funding settlement under the Labour government. The removal of explicit rural weighting, including the erosion of the Rural Services Delivery Grant and sparsity protections, shifts funding away from counties like Norfolk and towards more urban areas. The budget papers themselves acknowledge the uncertainty around future distribution methodology. For a large rural county with higher transport, care and infrastructure delivery costs, this settlement fails to recognise the real cost of providing services across dispersed communities. Once again, rural residents are being asked to pay more locally because central government has chosen not to fund fairly. The budget papers are also brutally honest about the limits of what can be cut. Officers state that the scope for future acceptable savings is increasingly limited. That sentence matters. It tells us that future budgets will not be about trimming inefficiency. They will be about cutting into services that people rely on. Nowhere is that clearer than in adult social care and children's services. Adult social care spending is rising by 71 million, children's services by 30 million. Those numbers are not abstract. They represent frail older people waiting longer for care, unpaid carers pushed to breaking point, children in crisis who need support now, not later. Behind every line in those budgets are real people. An older resident worried that they will not get the care visit they rely on. A disabled adult whose independence depends on support packages that the council struggles to find. A child in care whose life's chances depend on stability and early intervention. These costs are rising, not because councils are wasteful, but because society is changing. People are living longer, needs are more complex, and the safety nets that once existed have been stripped away. The government's recent announcement that the majority of the historic SEND deficits will be written off is welcome, and it does remove one large looming threat from council balance sheets, whilst realising the outstanding proportion now, putting further strain on this budget. However, this does nothing to resolve the underlying reality. Councils are still expected to meet rising needs with funding systems that lag years behind reality. All of this was happening in the wider context of local government reorganisation. These papers rightly acknowledge the pressures and uncertainties that come with that process. Note that today. Pressures made much worse by the cynical attempt to cancel the elections undertaken by the Labour Conservative establishment and the flip-flopping of the inept government who simply are not up to the job. We hear now that this Conservative-run council no longer has the stomach for LGR. It's time for them to step aside and let those with a positive view of the future, such as us Greens, get on with the job of delivering real change for the residents of Norfolk. You laugh, but you laugh out of fear, I'm sure. This tightrope walk of setting balanced budget, thank you. This tightrope walk of setting a balanced budget is set against a national backdrop where local government as a whole is under extraordinary strain. Councils across England are warning that they are at risk of effective bankruptcy, with some already having had issued Section 114 notices, slashing services to the legal minimum. National local government bodies have warned that well over half of councils believe that they could face financial failure in the coming years unless there is a fundamental reform of funding. This is not about individual mismanagement, it's about a system that has been pushed to the brink by years of underfunding and short-term settlements from a Conservative government hell-bent on taking us back to the Victorian era. Norfolk is not immune from that reality, and pretending otherwise would be deeply irresponsible. That is why Treasury management and investment decisions matter. We should be asking whether the Council has truly exhausted ethical investment options and whether our pension fund is moving fast enough away from arms manufacturers and environmentally damaging industries. These are not ideological questions. They are about long-term risk, stability, and values. There is also the issue of the Norwich Western Link. This remains a major capital commitment with significant financial exposure. Yet the budget papers do not set out any clear contingency should the scheme not ultimately be capitalised by government as anticipated. If costs fall back onto the authority, whether through delay, legal challenge, inflation or withdrawal of funding, the financial risk to this council could be substantial. At a time when reserves must be protected ahead of reorganisation and when the MTFS already identifies structural gaps, proceeding without a clearly articulated downside contingency presents a material risk to this council's financial resilience. Climate change sits underneath all of this. The budget acknowledges that delivering carbon reduction will require external funding, but Norfolk does not have the luxury of waiting. We are already seeing coastal erosion at alarming rates, flooding risks increasing, and air quality harming public health. Every pound we fail to invest now in climate resilience and prevention is a pound we will pay many times over later in emergency response, insurance costs, health impacts, and lost infrastructure. That brings me to the Green Group's budget amendment. We are putting forward practical, cost-neutral proposals that improve safety, fairness, and long-term resilience. We propose a pilot of AMPR-enforced school streets, a feasibility study into free or reduced fare bus travel for up to 22, sustained funding for the replacement of lost street trees, and investment in natural flood solutions. Let me focus on the school streets pilot because it captures exactly the kind of prevention this council needs more of. My colleagues will go into greater detail around the other proposals. In Thorpe Hamlet, where I represent, Limewood schools operate across 2 sites. Parents and children navigate busy roads every day. Traffic at the school gates is not an inconvenience, it's a genuine safety risk. Councillors are contacted by residents about this danger over and over again, and it's time we started to tackle it. I'm sure I'm not the only one that receives emails from residents. Evidence from places like Hackney shows that camera-enforced school streets reduce dangerous traffic, improve air quality, encourage walking and cycling, and create calmer, safer environments for children and parents alike, while also generating enforcement income that can be reinvested. Every school in Norfolk deserves that level of protection. This pilot will be funded from existing Department of Transport active travel allocations at neutral cost to the core budget. It aligns perfectly with our own transport policies and national direction. It's a sensible, evidence-based and humane. This has been an extraordinarily difficult budget to set, and the years ahead will be harder still. Without serious change in how local government is funded, closing future gaps will mean choices that undermine services people depend on, particularly in care and support for the most vulnerable. The Green Amendment does not solve the national funding crisis, but it does show a different way of thinking. Prevention instead of crisis response, fairness instead of regressive taxation, and investment instead of managed decline. That's what the Greens have to offer the people of Norfolk, a positive, caring and compassionate alternative. Reform has no budget amendment today, no ideas, and as we can see, no members here. They don't care about Norfolk residents. They offer nothing other than hatred and division. When Norfolk residents go to the polls in May, I'm sure they will vote for the positive change that Greens offer, which is reflected in the positive amendment we present today. I ask Council to support this amendment and help us send a message that Norfolk will not simply accept the slow erosion of local public services as inevitable, but strive to create hope for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. And ask the Leader of the Council if she's willing to accept the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. No, I'm not.
Councillor Price, do you have a seconder for your motion? Councillor Shibley-Sexton, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to reply?
I'd like to speak now, please.
Right, thank you. I'll just check. By my reckoning, you have 9 minutes, 16 seconds. Okay.
16 more than I was expecting. Yay.
We can take them off if you want. There's absolutely no material.
Given we're in a time of transition and uncertainty in how Norfolk's future democratic bodies will be shaped, the Green Group considers that it would be wise to lay the foundations for new powers to be given to the Mayor. In fact, this issue we are addressing is not a situation of uncertainty, but certainty. Transport will be a power and an opportunity for the Mayor, and one that we want to see them using for things that will actually make a difference. This is why our second amendment, we are proposing a feasibility study, because the best thing we can do now is to ensure the quality of our ongoing services and set Norfolk local authorities, in whatever form they come in, up for success, providing the tools and steering us towards a Norfolk that supports young people and future generations to reach their full potential. A feasibility study for either free bus travel up to age 22, such as can be seen in Scotland, or extending the young person's bus fare currently to age 19 up to 22, would allow a mayoral body to pass forward-facing proactive policy that is well-researched and evidenced, with the potential to direct and improve the lives of Norfolk's young people and lead to much wider long-term benefits. Young people as a cohort around the country are struggling financially and so likely to be facing financial barriers to travel, including accessing bus travel. Inability to access reliable, affordable travel creates barriers to accessing educational and employment opportunities, as well as doing simple things such as engaging with their community, like traveling to see friends and families. These barriers exacerbate pre-existing socioeconomic inequalities at times when we should be making access to employment and education easier for the sake of the futures of our young people and our economy. We are seeing a loneliness epidemic and a rise in mental illness among young people that we need to be responding to in a holistic and preventative way by reducing social isolation and encouraging and improving access to support services and social opportunities. In Scotland, where they have already implemented free bus travel up to age 22, we have already seen long and short-term benefits of such a policy. Using Scotland's free bus travel for under 22 schemes as a case study, we've seen it to be resoundingly successful, with 91% of respondents saying the scheme increased their access to work, education and leisure, hinting at the benefits a similar scheme could have for the young population of Norfolk and its economy. 71% of respondents said the scheme changed how they chose to travel, with more now considering public transport and active travel options. While this would be an additional cost, it's found that in Scotland over half of the respondents still use the bus at least once a week after turning 22, leading to additional revenue and the stabilisation/growth of the bus market, allowing for better and more reliable public transport, such as new bus routes, connections, improved frequency, as well as long-term, more stable and increased usage. Not to mention the health and environmental benefits of such a policy, with both long and short-term reductions in vehicle emissions and improvement in air quality that it would bring, ensuring Norwich's young people will have a lower carbon footprint and cleaner air to breathe one journey at a time, or even the potential savings in highway maintenance with fewer cars on our roads. Even just reducing the cost would deliver an improvement in all these areas. And while I have used a lot of statistics, these are not just transport statistics, they are individual people who now have better access to employment, mental health support, and community because of policies like this. But most importantly, supporting this amendment does not commit us to a new scheme, but creates the possible future where our future mayor is equipped with the information they need to see this potential social and economic environmental benefits of this policy and make it happen. Our fourth proposal is to address the urgent flooding situation in parts of Norfolk that are increasingly affected by heavy and persistent rainfall, and to help with maintaining healthy rivers in dry weather. Many residents across Norfolk are at their wits' end, facing repeated flooding and costly insurance, if they can get insurance at all, as well as the loss of value of their homes. No one can fail to notice the increased rainfall and stormy weather that comes with the global changes scientists are seeing, shifts in the ocean currents and warmer, wetter air streams in winter. In addition, tidal rivers that are formerly drained effectively into the sea are meeting rising tides that prevent effective flow, as higher sea levels and storm surges bring water upstream. We need to be addressing these challenges of too much water. This is our future. But we need to be protecting our fenland and our wetlands during hot, dry periods when important habitats become parched, and birds and frogs and toads and invertebrates lose their vital breeding grounds. A number of brilliant and innovative schemes are already starting to come into effect in some areas of the county, thanks to the work of the county's water management team. These schemes will help to restore ponds, fenlands, and reduce the runoff and silting that damages our country's precious chalk streams, improve the flow of water in aquifers, which reduces the damage from nutrients runoff, as well as holding water back to prevent flash flooding during stormy weather. By returning the council's verge cutting and weed killer contracts to 24-25 levels, we can free up $500,000 annually for additional projects of this kind. To protect our residents and nature, vergers provide space for nature to thrive, pollinators to find the resources they need. Weed killer is poison to birds and bees as well as humans. We should be protecting our people and our nature, not attacking them with poison and scythes. We propose to devote half of these savings to water management scheme and giving them $250,000 annually as a reliable source of revenue and project funding to fund nature-based solutions to reduce flooding in rural areas across the county. These solutions, such as leaky dams and ponds, solve both the problem of autumn and winter flooding from storms and increased rainfall, and the problem of long, dry summers that leave our precious chalk streams and fenland habitats vulnerable to excessive silt, low flow, concentrated nutrient pollution, and parched wetlands. On average, these schemes cost in the region of $25,000, but to ensure that we can deliver and maintain these schemes, the water management team need a regular revenue pot to enable them to supplement external funds, to bid for and match funding schemes, and to secure permission from landowners. $250,000 annually will transform our ability to recharge our aquifers, restore biodiversity, and protect people and properties from the misery of flooding and from unaffordable insurance premiums or uninsured risks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The amendment has been duly moved and seconded, so we'll move to debate on the amendment. Those wishing to speak, please raise your hands, and I'll just remind councillors you have 3 minutes. So far, I have Councillors Neil, Councillors Acheron and Councillors Long. Thank you. Spoken, and Councillor Webb. So, Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair. Our £250,000 budget amendment for urban street trees is to partly plug the gigantic hole in the council funding for urban street trees in Norfolk's towns and cities. A few years ago, Norfolk County Council took back responsibility for Norwich's highway trees. However, in 2021-22, the county spent just £20,000 of its multi-million-pound highways budget for replacing street trees in Norwich. This paltry sum paid for just 22 2.5-metre high standard tree replacements for the whole city, and then only ones in grass verges and not in hard engineered sites. It gets worse, as since then the county has relied on external one-off funding from DEFRA for urban street trees and hasn't allocated a penny of the council's budget to purchasing street trees. External funding has now dried up, and it's unclear whether little or no funding will be in place for street trees. My Nelson division has about 23% of all Norwich's street trees out of the total 13 divisions. Our ward team and residents do annual audits, and currently we have 110 street trees that have died and not been replaced in Nelson. Since 2022, because of the dire situation, I have raised funding from various sources to replace lost street trees, some from local members' fund, funding from Amy, our street lighting contractor, and an above-average allocation from the DEFRA Local Authority Treescape Fund, as we helped officers win the bid after signing up 40 volunteer tree wardens to assist in managing planted trees. In total, about £70,000 for a mere 38 street trees. At the current rate of loss and replacement, the County Council's legacy will be the disappearance of the county's urban street trees. This council is not taking seriously the vital importance of urban street trees. They oxygenate, clean and cool the air, they provide shade in our city and towns, which are growing hotter by the year, and they add to the landscape's visual appeal. This all improves people's mental health and supports our diminishing wildlife. Trees are the lungs of urban locations. Please support our balanced budget amendments to show we care about our environment and not damaging our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Acheron, please.
Thank you, Chair. Norfolk's seen the impact of man-made climate change more acutely than many parts of the country. And in North Norfolk, we're on the front line of coastal erosion. And I welcome the recent announcement from government of £18 million to extend the excellent work of coastwise projects in North Norfolk, Suffolk and East Riding. But clearly, inland flooding is a growing concern too. And yet, when I chaired a meeting in Hickling in 2024, it struck me that tackling inland flooding is just slightly easier than holding back the tide. So much of what was resolved then to improve the situation in Hickling has been achieved through greater partnership amongst the 7 statutory bodies, including this council, working more closely together and no less than in focusing on maintenance. To quote Rob Kelly, who this council hosted during his role for Norfolk Strategic Flooding Alliance, we need to make maintenance sexy. And I have a great deal of positive feeling towards officers who take part in that ongoing mission. This council could, of course, always bring more money to the table to tackle inland flooding, so I support the measure in this amendment to invest in nature-based solutions. Lastly, I'm not going to miss the tone of the approach of this administration. At least previous ones went about holding Norfolk back with less withering sarcasm. But Reform UK, I'm genuinely shocked by. I never thought I'd find myself saying, I'm sorry not to be hearing from them. They failed to make a single contribution to today's budget debate. Now they've left the chamber off to restore common sense to Great Yarmouth, no doubt. But perhaps we don't need to fear a reformed county council after all. If theirs is to be a vow of silence, it'll leave us less damaged than the councils they took control of last year. Talking of inland flooding, I'm sure the people of Derbyshire or Durham wish their reformed councillors had kept quiet rather than cancelling climate change preparation. That's not going to help us protect our beautiful environment here in Norfolk. I'm sure the people of Kent wish their reformed councillors had kept quiet rather than infighting, leaving residents paying more for less. And whilst everyone here knows this council's only avoided going the way of Worcestershire because this administration is better at burying the shortfall within the books than Reform are, none of us here will miss the white elephant of the Western Link. So we're not going to miss Norfolk Conservatives running Norfolk County Council, but let's make sure we keep the silent toxicity of Reform UK away from the levers of power in Norfolk. Good luck to all progressives who are standing this May.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Long, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I wanted to speak specifically on the inclusion of £250,000 every year from Norfolk residents to add to flood resilience through nature-based flood solutions. It's nature-based flood solutions is something that I've always been a very keen proponent of, and actually in some locations it is the best way of dealing with the situation of slowing water down and giving space for water to breathe. But my concern is that there's money being put into Norfolk County's budget to do something which is not necessarily Norfolk County's direct responsibility. We already fund the we're the lead local flood authority. We fund the regional flood and coastal committees through local levy. They in turn leverage in flood defence grant and aid, and that grant and aid funding has delivered solutions across Norfolk to make Norfolk safer and more resilient to the rapid water, that been outlined by the Greens in their proposal. This is a cost shift. It's shifting away from where should be paying and moving it to where it hasn't traditionally paid. And I mean, that's a choice that they can make. But I think before we do that, it would be much, much better to make sure we're getting absolutely everything we can out of the existing system. And whilst the existing system is not everybody's, favourite way of dealing with things, that is where we're at the moment. And often has delivered some schemes where actually nature-based systems couldn't work, or at least don't provide the initial benefit, because obviously they take time to establish and so on. And so I'd be interested in finding the detail behind where the figures have come from on this, and I'd really be interested in knowing where, the particular schemes are all supposed to be delivered, because obviously nature-based schemes do require often more space than concrete and pumped equivalents. But the scheme is already in place, and I would suggest in some parts of the county, especially those, and I do declare an interest, I'm involved with 3 different internal drainage boards, but where there are internal drainage boards, there is already I think a range of schemes and solutions that makes the difference.
Thank you.
And therefore I would not be voting for this amendment at this time.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Caldwell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I see myself as a Green Lib Dem, so I'm very happy to support these amendments today. I just wanted to talk generally just about 3 of those. First of all, the school streets pilot. In my own division of Gaywood South, we have Gaywood Primary School, St Martha's. This is a known area of traffic-related incidents and problems. I've spoken in this chamber in committees about the problems there, which come in relation to enforcement and issues on the ground. Enforcement officers can't be there all the time. The police are stretched and will only deal with issues that are deemed to be dangerous. I've actually got a walkover on this exact site next week with Norfolk Constabulary. So I'd be really pleased to back and support this pilot. I hope that it's successful. I hope that it allows schools and parents and children to be safe, feel secure in the area as they're entitled to. The other item I want to talk about is planting more trees along streets across Norfolk. Only a month ago, we've had some really good success news in West Norfolk, where an urban woodland was saved. But this is about looking at the trees on the streets. The community really got behind that campaign, and we know that people in West Norfolk want more trees in their urban areas, because we have just had the results of the first consultation of the Kings Lynn Master Plan, and it came across very clear that people want greenery in their streets. So I fully support that element. And then finally, flood mitigation. The idea of protecting our urban areas through managed feedback and input into the land. Let's just look at the Gaywood River, something that is really close to my heart. Recently, a cross stakeholder report from the Kings Lynn West Norfolk Borough Council, Norfolk Rivers Trust, Anglia Water, Kings Lynn IDB, as we've heard, got together and produced one of these reports about how we can safely introduce flood resilience measures into the catchments to protect flooding. That report is almost an oven-ready report for people like this council to join with other stakeholders to pick up and implement. And to say that it's someone else's issue, someone else should be paying for this. No, the Norfolk and Suffolk Nature Recovery Partnership, the Norfolk and Suffolk Climate Change Partnership, for which we as a county council are firm and members of. This is an excellent amendment and I wholeheartedly support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Webb, please.
There we are. Thank you, Chair. Sorry. So the Independent Progressive Group supports these amendments. I'm a long-standing champion of school streets ever since I joined this council, with at least 2 schools desperately in need in my division, and Nelson Infant and Wensum Junior lined up to be part of the original pilot, but sadly issues with the Academy Trust meant it couldn't happen. As Councillor Price says, school street schemes have been proven to work, and with ANPR cameras are also financially sustainable. And it's about time this council invested in this progressive initiative and prioritised the safety of children and families as they walk to school. On bus travel, young people are being bashed from all directions financially, on wages, housing and life opportunities generally. I see that in the daily life of my 21-year-old who's doing his best to make a future, but it is hard. Getting around is just one part, but a significant part of that. But we need to encourage the next generations to use and keep using public transport so that it becomes habitual and remains a priority for policymakers for environmental and sustainability reasons. And making it affordable is the best and fastest way of doing that. More trees and an extra verge cut, yes. In Norwich, the cuts reduced when County Council took back highways from the City Council, and I know I'm not alone in it being a hot topic for residents to get in touch about. So I support them all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor James, please.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I get more in my inbox regarding about parking in schools. So on that basis, representing the people of Thetford East who do email me about those items and not the parking around schools to the same level, I cannot support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Borrett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think that the Greens have to be congratulated because I think this is the most ambitious budget amendment, which is a net change of £500,000 that they have moved permanently from one place to another, so which is far greater than any other budget amendment we've had so far. So congratulations on that. However, a couple of things. Oh yes, and first of all, I also like to congratulate Councillor Ackroyd on his speech. He managed to shoehorn in all of his special quotes for included in the press in one speech and then disappeared. So well done him. I expect that he'll have a good showing in the EDP. There are, I mean, this is a very, for the Greens, this is a very urban budget amendment. This is all about Norwich at the expense of rural areas. So we're going to be planting trees, but the cost of that is going to be borne by removing highway verge cuts, which is a really big issue in my very rural constituency, for no other reason than highway safety. It is fundamentally important. It's one of the things that I get a lot of feedback on, and it is really necessary. This isn't just a nice to have. This is actually making the rural roads safe for people who are walking or on their bicycles or riding a horse or even just using it in their car to go about their daily business. And so I think that it is undefensible. I am slightly concerned that the quotes was about £1,000 to plant a single tree in Norwich. I've planted thousands of trees in my lifetime, and I've never spent anything near £1,000, including all the tree guards and everything, to get a tree. And I would also say that the members in Norwich have a members' allowance, which they could use for tree planting. So the idea that there is no money available, and it can be directed by the members themselves to where they... So when you're busy doing your audit of no trees, I think there is some element of responsibility to the urban members. Ah, the celebrity's returned. Congratulations. So I will not be supporting this because actually the cost to rural areas is far too great, and for that reason I cannot support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bensley, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Whilst I always have much respect and gratitude to my Green colleagues, I can't support this amendment, I'm afraid, due to what Councillor Borat just mentioned regarding verge cutting. They are a real pain, well, not a pain, but a real challenge in my area regarding traffic safety and everything. And also with the flooding is such a unique challenge. I just wanted to highlight some of the things that the Norfolk Strategic Flood Alliance is doing at the moment with our 36 different partners across Norfolk. It is such a complex challenge that I think we need to look at it bigger and broader and more cross-party in saying that. So I thank the Greens for this. As I said, I can't really support it as such, but I always appreciate their input and what they do. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why the Reform members are still not here, arguably one of the most important meetings of our council calendar. But there we go, that's, words beat me on that one, sorry. But I just wanted to flag up what we have done. We have had George Freeman's Westminster Hall debate developing on responsibilities, and we've had Councillor, or Stefan Ackrones MP, I don't know how to pronounce it, sorry. Councillor, sir. We've had a Westminster Hall debate on flooding preparedness as well. We've worked with George Freeman on the draft flooding bill, and there's also additional work to bring Norfolk's influence onto the national stage. And we can't do that without being cross-party at that flooding. So I really want to thank everybody in that. We've also discussing about insurance, flood cover, mortgage risk, based decisions based on the flooding likelihood. NSFA also meet with Alan Lovenall, the chair of the EA, to bring these matters for Norfolk and place them firmly on his table. And also just to come back from one of our officers for when he said, and he mentioned about making maintenance sexy. For every £1 we spend at the moment on maintenance, the payback is roughly £14 on subsequent damage. That figure will only increase with inflationary costs and labour and the materials. So to repeat the mantra from Westminster and the debates that we've successfully had, let's make it sexy again. But as I said, I can't just agree with this amendment at the moment because the NSFA and all of our other colleagues are doing a real significant job. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Plant.
Thank you, Chairman. And again, it's one of those things, a bit worried that Reform aren't here, but then you wouldn't notice if they were because they don't say anything. The school streets pilot using ANPR, all that'll tell you is there's a car there. It won't tell you what it's doing, where it's parked, or whatever else is going to happen to it. All it tells you is there's a car there. So you can do that with a traffic count monitor. So again, what's it going to tell you? What's it going to tell you? It's going to tell you that there's a car being there. That's not the right way of going about it. There are other methods of looking at how popular being around a school is. The street trees and the flood mitigation, using money from removing the extra weed killing treatment. I seem to recall a year or so ago, I was getting a lot of emails right across the county about the state of the county and the way that we were treating that county. And we, through conversations with Councillor Jameson, we managed to find a budget to put in an extra weed kill. And this county now looks a lot better than it did 2 years ago. And I don't intend changing that. Equally, on the using the money removing the added verge cutting is a safety element. We cut back 1 metre from the roadside so that people can actually see around corners, they can actually see. Plus we've put in, I think at the moment, it's about, I'm looking at Councillor Bensley, but about 73 flowered areas around, you know, I think that's all around the verges and the areas around Norfolk for diversity, for what it is you're after. So as a county council, we are doing what we can for the environment, but when you're on the road, we have to be safe, and you have to be able to see what's coming around the corner. You have to be able to see, and if you have a breakdown, you want a safe place to harbour yourself. You don't want to be sat in undergrowth. So we cut back a metre, and we'll continue to do that. Extension of free or reduced bus fare travel. We do subsidise children up to 19. And I believe what this is asking for is for it to go up to 22. We haven't got a budget for that. You'd have to find wherever that budget is from, because we haven't got it. But we do work with the colleges, and I know that the college works with Sheringham, and they have an actual bus paid for by the college to take them into the county. And also, every bus ticket now, the county council does subsidise the bus tickets for up to 19. And you can use those across trains, and you can use them as a main route in, and then also get a shuttle bus through Norwich. So there are methodologies there that we are using, and we are using the bus service improvement plan for that. But that bus service improvement plan has an awful lot of things.
Councillor, could you sum up, please? You're out of time.
Yep, sure. I was just going to say that the bus grant revenue allocation is 8.9 million, bus grant capital allocation is 6.5 million. That's not a lot in a county like Norfolk.
Sorry, Councillor, you're out of time. Thank you. Councillor Ward, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I like the idea of more street trees. I'm a big fan of street trees. They take CO2 out of the atmosphere, and they stop parking on the verges, which is another big benefit. But they don't need to be paid for out of the budget. As somebody else mentioned, we've got the members' allowance. I've used some of mine to buy some street trees, and you can get an awful lot of trees for £11,000. And if you speak to your parish councils, they will look after those trees once they're planted, and that is important, because so often trees get planted and then they die. So, big fan of that. And the idea is to pay for it by reducing the weed killing treatment. Well, I think we have 2 at the moment, and I still get complaints about all the weeds in the gutters, so I certainly wouldn't want to reduce that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carpenter, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Councillor Plant has basically covered what I was going to say, but all I'll say to you is that ANPR relies ultimately on a piece of plastic attached to either end of a vehicle, and obviously if you apply reflective tape to that, it also alters a number. So ANPR is not the answer, and it really isn't. That's not what it was meant for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Story, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Just continuing the theme of verge cutting and weed killing. Verge cutting, as Councillor Plant rightly said, is obviously a safety issue among vehicle users. The greatest respect, the metre is one thing down the side of a verge on the road. That's a junction to something else. They need to be cut, obviously, probably a bit more on a regular basis. And I'm sure the farming community as a whole do their little bit next to where their fields are and their entrances are. I'm sure, again, the roads, which makes the road safer for those people coming out, joining the road themselves. Just to say, Chairman, about the balance of nature between cutting verges, and Chairman, that was all dealt with. And I remember speaking this about the Norfolk showground. We had a meeting there many years ago. It's about the environmental stewardship schemes which farmers undertake, Chairman. They put 6 to 9 metres around most fields they have for habitat and wildlife. And there's many other schemes where there are hectares and so forth of areas on fields put down for wildlife, bird habitat, insects and all sorts of things. So when you talk about 1 metre against a very busy road, which one would assume there wouldn't be too much wildlife habitat amongst that because of the noise, fumes, dust and call it what you like. The fact is, where it's quiet, where there's trees and habitat, that's where you'll find most wildlife. So, Chairman, cutting against a road verge is a safety issue, And B, I think what the farmers do and the government has done, as regards previous governments as well, with this habitat they're providing on their farms, overcomes any loss of grass on a verge or a junction, Chairman. And also, just on the weed killing front, Chairman, may I also add, the fact is the chemicals we have to use today are very, very safe. They have to rigorously tested abroad, and they're approved abroad about 10 years before they get here to use. So I'm sure we're well careful and well safe using the chemicals we use in a proper and correct manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think no one else has indicated a wish to speak. I think we've well debated the amendment. I shall return to Councillor Price to make his final response.
Okay, I'll kick off. Okay, 2 minutes to sum that up. Okay, so Councillor Long, thanks for your comments. If you support the schemes, vote for it, okay? The reality is if you speak to officers, rather than pontificating around on panels, talking about this organisation, that organisation, trying to sort these things out, if you talk to the officers, the schemes are there, ready to go. So when you go back to your residents, okay, and you say you didn't support flood, you know, the wild flood preventions, see how they react to that. I think it's ridiculous, okay? Also, let's have a look. So spraying chemicals, okay, it's harmful to the environment. We've only been doing this for 75 years, okay? You know, if we're all very confident that this is the right way we should be exposing our nature, insects, ourselves, our children, and our food to, then, you know, go drink a glass of glyphosate and see how you feel after that, right? It's not safe. It never was safe, and we need to think about it in different ways. In terms of verge cutting, okay, the reality of the situation is 2 cuts have always been perfectly fine. This is a management failure issue of your contract, okay? 2 worked fine. It can work in the future. You just need to oversight your contracts better and make sure that they're getting the right verges cut at the right times rather than continually repeating this one or that one or going back too soon, etc. Be much more aware of the weather and when the rains come and when the growth occurs. So you're just wasting money, okay? We've got to keep these little biodiversity corridors, okay? Trees, again, in the cities, they create biodiversity corridors, okay? This is not a budget of rural versus urban, okay? Bus services that we're talking about, supporting people up to the age of 22, supports the economy, helps these people get into work, get into college and university, and ultimately it supports those rural students far more than it supports urban students. Yes, it's a lot of money for a tree in a city, but there are so many difficulties with siting and with utilities and then establishing and going back. That's the cost. That's the cost this council would charge, your district councils would charge in their urban areas, and what Norwich charges. So if you want to use all £11,000 on 11 trees a year, that's up to you to use. But in my area of the city, I've got children, I've got risky areas, I've got dangerous junctions, I've got street lights missing, I've got people at risk and danger of crime and antisocial behaviour. My members' budget can be committed 100 times over and still doesn't deliver.
Could you sum up,
so yes, it's a weak arguments against these today. Support, be positive. Let's make a better future for Norfolk. Come on, guys.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd ask the leader if she wishes to respond to what's been said. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a county council for the whole county, and we've heard that there's sort of this tug between street trees and grass cutting. And it's all very well to turn around to a contractor and say you're just not cutting it in the right time. But we had a very wet year last year. You know, we know that grass grows at different rates. You can't always get on top of that. We've got 6,000 miles of road. Let's be realistic about this. We give each member £11,000 per annum to use in their division. If you want to use it for trees, all well and good. It counts towards our 1 million tree target. It's something that we've still got great ambition to complete. But trees also need to be planted responsibly. You've got to think about the type and the positioning, because you get heave on the pavements, you get leaves in gutters, and they sometimes sort of get out of control. So let's be sensible about street trees and put them where they need to be put. But I don't think any of us are going to need to bother to read the green leaflet for the county elections this year, because Councillor Price has just test-driven it on us, hasn't he? So there's not going to be any surprises to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll now go to a recorded vote on this amendment. Do you wish this taken en bloc, or do you wish it to be taken? Sorry, it needs to come from the proposer of the motion. Thank you.
We'll take them separately, please. Each
Right.
item separately.
In
Thank
four
you, Chair.
parts. Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you.
Alex, could you do the first one, which is number 1, which is the school streets pilot, please? Thank you. I'm advised that everyone has been able to vote. So for the amendment 9, abstentions 8, against 38, so that part of the amendment falls. We now come to the second subsection amendment, which is feasibility study into bus subsidies for young adults. We'll just let that scroll through and then we'll go to the vote on the next one. Thank you. I'm advised that everyone has been able to vote on that. So the result is that for that part of the amendment, 12, abstentions 5, against 38. So that part of the amendment also falls. We'll let it scroll through and then we'll go on to the third part of the amendment, which is street trees. Okay, I'm advised that everyone has been able to vote on that, so that part of the amendment, for 10, abstentions 7, against 37, so that part of the amendment falls. We'll let it scroll through and then we'll go to the next part. Thank you. Is there anyone that hasn't been able to vote, please? Thank you. Anyone? If you haven't been able to vote, if you wish to indicate how you'd vote, thank you. Otherwise, for that part of the amendment, on 4, 12, abstentions 5, against 36, so that is also lost. And that amendment is
Chair,
lost.
was my vote recorded on the previous one because I had difficulty voting last time and I had to press twice?
Sorry, Councillor.
Yes, thank you.
I did ask if everyone had the opportunity to vote for the last one, the previous one. But the I think you can check afterwards, and we can have that recorded. Yeah, thank you. I'll just let that scroll through. Thank you, Councillor. So that amendment was lost in its entirety. So I now invite Councillor Maxine Webb, Leader of the Independent Progressive Group, to respond regarding the motion proposed by the Leader and also move her own budget amendment. Councillor Webb, you have 15 minutes and may share part of the time with your seconder, who'd otherwise have 5 minutes or plus whatever's left, and I will keep my eagle eye down to the last second. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I know it's been a long meeting, but I hope everyone's still listening, as we're always last, but we think our amendment's important. On yesterday's election announcement, and speaking as a rebel Democrat, to quote the EDP, who was going to resign to give the public back their right to elect me, I agree that this whole elections to be or not to be has been a shambles. I'm glad everyone in Norfolk will now have that chance, and it's been pretty disappointing to see both Labour and Conservatives here run away from the electorate and even from talking about it, with the Tories sticking in a wrecking...
Quiet. Sorry, councillors, could we...
Thank you.
Could we allow the proposer of the amendment to speak without interruption? Everyone will have their chance afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm talking about the wrecking amendment to our motion last month and Labour complicit in voting to shut down the meeting. Anyway, given where we are, this close to local elections, the sale of North Care should be immediately halted. We shouldn't be selling off assets or making long-term irreversible decisions that weren't in the Conservatives' manifesto and which aren't clearly in the public interest, and this isn't. But Alexandra will speak more about that proposal shortly. Like the Lib Dems, I welcome the recent DSG send deficit announcement funding, but until we see the Council's plan, which has to be agreed by government and the government's own white paper reform plans, and what that looks like for children and families, I'm going to remain cautious. Because for me, it's not only about the money, but on whether any of this results in children with special educational needs and disabilities receiving the support they're long overdue getting. Our amendment proposes a series of targeted feasibility studies and service investments designed to reduce medium-term revenue pressures, mitigate the impact of national policy changes on vulnerable children and families, and restore essential preventative support services. Collectively, the proposals support an invest-to-save and early intervention approach with the potential to reduce longer-term demand-led costs. I'll speak on SEND tribunals and adoption and special guardianship support, and Alexandra will speak on North Care and carers support. Last year, this council spent a staggering £1.4 million on legal costs defending appeals to the SEND tribunals over EHCPs. Most recent figures show that nationally decisions go against local authorities in nearly 99% of cases, an estimated cost to the public purse around £200 million. The huge toll on families in terms of stress, time, and sometimes financial impact should not be overstated. And I'll also illustrate later the contempt with which families are frequently treated by this council's legal team during the process. 2 years ago, I proposed a similar budget amendment following a report from the Administrative Justice Council on SEND, improving local authority decision-making, that recommended local authorities collaborate and communicate with parents and young people, adopt a procedure of way-forward meetings with families, and ensure that caseworkers have time to speak with families and young people in advance of a decision being made. The amendment was voted down, and in the 2 years that have followed, the amount this council has spent on tribunal legal costs has doubled. What's even more mind-blowing is that the forecast at the time was for the number of appeals and therefore costs to reduce, with a spend proposed for last year given at £323,000. And yet here we are at 1.4 million. And it's expected to go up further still this year. I can't think of any other area within the council's budget that will be allowed to rack up an overspend of 500% with zero mitigation action being taken or anyone leading this council expressing the slightest concern. It seems to be the only area within the council's budget that has carte blanche to spend whatever it wants with absolutely no limit or scrutiny. Despite council forecasts, the work happening through Local First Inclusion has not yet resulted in nearly enough children receiving the support they need in mainstream schools. Nothing has changed in the way the council communicates and engages with parents or in the way it responds to professional evidence of children's needs. EHCP coordinators are still juggling huge caseloads, unable to respond in a timely way or with the information families need. The council is still routinely refusing evidence professionals' requests for the additional provision children need, decisions which go on to be overturned at tribunal because they are unlawful. Until this culture and cycle changes, this pattern will continue. This amendment attempts to break this cycle by appointing specialist resolution caseworkers to work with families, to have honest, transparent dialogue to inform a way forward, and to explore commissioning voluntary sector partners to deliver mediation and dispute resolution in addition to the overloaded statutory mediation service currently provided. The benefit of both measures will be to allow conversations to happen earlier on, to give the council opportunities to work with families, schools and health service to put in the support children need, give confidence to parents and to reduce the number of appeals and therefore legal costs. It will free up valuable EHCP officer time, improve trust and relationships between families and the council, and set a precedent for other local authorities to follow. I'll finish my point by giving an example of the way families are treated once they've lodged an appeal and are handed over to be dealt with by lawyers and barristers employed by this council. I spoke to a parent last week who had their hearing at the end of January, and during summing up, the barrister said that the council did not believe the cost of the provision requested was proportionate because we need the money to spend on potholes. Imagine being that parent and hearing a highly trained, highly paid barrister utterly dismissing your complex child's needs and reducing them to a price comparison to the cost of filling potholes. I hope the council leader, cabinet member, as well as the head of MP Law and the chief executive, all here today, all find this as outrageous as me and will want to come to me for more details about this case and the barrister concerned so that action can be taken and a stop put to such practice. Our next amendment addresses adoption support and special guardianship research into options to mitigate the impact of national policy changes. Around 80% of adopted children have suffered abuse, neglect or violence before adoption. They also spend an average of 15 months in care, often moving through several foster families, losing everything that's familiar to them along the way. After such a traumatic early start in life, the need for lifelong support is common. The Adoption and Special Guardianship Support Fund, ASGS-SF, was set up to provide funding for therapeutic support for adopted children and children with special guardianship and child arrangement orders. In April last year, the Labour government announced significant changes to the ASGS-SF without any consultation, evidence or impact assessment. The fair access limit, which is the amount available to pay for assessed essential therapy, was cut from £5,000 to £3,000 per child per year, about 40%. The separate allocation of up to £2,500 per child a year for specialist assessments was completely removed, and match funding support for children with an exceptional level of need was also removed. These reductions equate to an average of 60% per child cut. The damage caused by the cuts has been repeated to families, providers and sector bodies. By refusing to restore previous funding levels, the government is knowingly leaving thousands of children without access to the specialist support they need. The reduction of the fair access limit is one of the most damaging elements of the changes, as £3,000 is not enough to fund a proper multidisciplinary assessment and still provide meaningful therapeutic support, forcing families and providers into impossible choices. We propose commissioning a feasibility study and research to assess the impact of these recent government reductions to the level of adoption support available and to develop options for local mitigation. This may include assessing the costs and feasibility of the council topping up lost funding, alternative models of support to replace or mitigate reduced national provision. Left alone with no action, there's a danger the impact of the cuts could lead to increased placement instability, higher demand for statutory intervention and greater long-term costs to children's services. All members of the council have a duty as corporate parents to ensure children in the council's care are safe and happy and have the same opportunities as other children. Adopted children have found stable and loving family homes, but we should never lose sight of what those children may have experienced or the impact of that upon them and their adoptive family. Our duty extends to making sure the correct essential therapy and provision to meet those needs is available and accessible to the children and families who need them. The consequences of not doing so are grave, and so I hope members of the Council will support both of these budget amendments. Thanks. Alexandra.
Thank you for that. Could I ask the Leader of the Council to confirm whether or not she accepts this amendment?
Oh,
We haven't finished. Are we sharing the time?
No, sorry, that's not how you do it. You share the time. When you finish speaking, any time you have left under the 15 minutes can be used by your seconder when your seconder speaks.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll go back to the Leader of the Council. Do you wish to accept this amendment?
No, I won't accept it. Thank you, Chairman.
Right, thank you. Councillor Kemp, do you wish to speak now or do you wish to...
Yes, I'd like to speak now, please. Thank you.
Councillor Kemp.
I'm speaking to...
Sorry, I'll just say... I'll give you another 6 minutes 41 on top of your 5 minutes, 11 minutes 41.
So 11 minutes, thank you. I probably won't need that. I'm speaking to the part of the amendment about Northcare because on the 26th of January, the Cabinet voted in principle sale of all 20 Northcare homes. Now, my case is that core business of this council is its care homes. They're highly respected. They're more likely to be rated outstanding or good than private care homes. And also they're cheaper, and this matters hugely in a cost of living crisis. What's likely to happen at the sell-off is that self-funders will end up having to pay more money, and this will put pressure on families. It will put pressure on carers, unpaid carers, and it can't be allowed to happen. So this amendment would commission a feasibility study on looking into how we could mitigate some of those risks and look at how we could invest in our care homes instead of disposing of them. We have a budget council of 0.77 billion for our capital programme, so there is room for our care homes. We have 44 companies at least run by Norse Limited, and they do all sorts of work all over the country. So how is it possible they wouldn't be running care homes anymore? In Norfolk, their home. This is not right. And how would we think that a private company could invest in care homes more cheaply than we could? Councils have access to cheaper borrowing, prudential borrowing and so on, whereas a private care home would be going to the banks. Therefore, how are they going to pay for it? The cost to self-funders will have to rise. Now, this council has a responsibility under the Care Act, and that is to stimulate and improve and sustain the care market, and we're a provider of last resort. If we didn't have our own care homes through our council care company, Norse, what would we do if, heaven forbid, a care home closes? We would have nowhere to place people to. This has not been thought through. This is such an important, fundamental part of our responsibility, social care. It's something which the County Council and the County Council alone does. We cannot let it go. We have to think about this. We have to put our responsibilities to our older population, to families across Norfolk first. So I would ask you to vote for this amendment, and secondly for West Norfolk carers. Now, 2 years ago at the budget, the County Council voted not to continue funding for the bespoke resident carers charity in West Norfolk, which has helped over 75,000 carers in its time. This is desperately important, the kind of work that happens with West Norfolk carers. It was taken over by another public sector organisation for a time, but it has now ceased. And ex-staff of West Norfolk carers are being contacted by former beneficiaries and saying, there's nowhere supporting us in this way anymore. The work was so wide-ranging, so bespoke, so sensitive. It was everything from problems with NHS care, to benefits, to advocacy, to group work, to respite care, and there is nothing like it. There's a telephone helpline, yes, but that's not based in West Norfolk. West Norfolk carers had premises, it set up groups, it worked so hard for people, and it needs to be brought back. So the second half of the amendment that I'm advocating you support today is for £200,000 for West Norfolk carers, this tax share. And obviously to be continued later on. But this is so important. The people that we're here to serve, the very neediest people, the people that save the state billions of pounds, they mustn't be forgotten. I ask you to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So the amendment's been moved and seconded, so we'll move to debate on the amendment. So I have four people so far. If anyone else wishes to speak, raise their hand, and councillors will have 3 minutes as usual. Thank you. Sorry, busy trying to do that. Councillor Neil first. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We support these amendments that are humane, caring, but unfortunately do not fill potholes. Maybe members' consciences can forgive that. The feasibility study to retrofit on the care estate, well, one would hope that this has already been done by Norse to reach their conclusion that they could not raise the funds to retrofit and refurbish their care home estate and run at a profit. However, it seems clear that the need to make provisions for depreciating assets has not been factored into their past business plans. Bricks and mortar infrastructure need constant attention, and to ignore that to improve profit margins is very short-sighted. Our council having such a hands-off control with Norse is just naively pretending all is well when they are happy to cash in their dividends over the years. On the point of the SEND tribunals, for years the council has been fighting parents over challenges to their applications. It has cost the council millions and diverted resources that could have been used to better means. It has also caused tremendous stress to many parents, children, and by the success rate of parents' challenges, it is clear this current system is faulty and needs to be changed to a more compassionate and understanding method. This amendment would move a long way in the right direction by resolving many disputes long before they get to tribunals. The only people who win out of the current standoffs by all parties are the lawyers, who clock up massive fees and do not directly have to suffer the emotional trauma that the parents, children and officers go through. I wholeheartedly agree with this amendment. A famous conservative once said, "Jaw, jaw, not war, war." On the point of the unpaid carers service in West Norfolk, I'm not over familiar with this, but unpaid carers support being cut was always a short-term savings decision and never took account of the repercussions. Without this vital local support, it will only shift to adult social care's shoulders at a much greater expense for an already hard-pressed department. The evidence has shown that the West Norfolk Unpaid Carer Support Service has been a cost-effective charity, and we are lucky to have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tim Adams, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I simply wanted to speak briefly in favour of the feasibility study in respect of adoption support, and to say this is really very modest upstream investment to prevent much more costly downstream crises by helping to reduce placement instability and higher costs of statutory intervention, which obviously we'd all want to see avoided and reduce. And this could result in longer term savings and to help provide a fair start for every child, depending on the outcome of that work. So I wholeheartedly support that particular amendment, and just wanted to take the opportunity to highlight that I thought it was a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thomas, please.
Thank you, Chair.
There's been a lot of misinformation and incorrect assertions made in the speeches regarding this amendment. Councillor Neil says he knows nothing about West Norfolk carers, but then in the second breath tells us that it was cost effective. Quite how he knows it was cost effective if he knows nothing about it is bemusing me, and perhaps it's bemusing the rest of the chamber. I'm sorry to say that Councillor Kemp has made some assertions which do not bear fact. She's actually said that North provided higher quality and cheaper care. That is not the case. That is not correct. As I mentioned earlier, we have 390 care homes in Norfolk, 20 of which have been overseen by North's Care. There is no evidence to suggest that the 370 care homes are providing lower quality of care or more expensive care. Actually, the comparators are probably the opposite. She talks about loss of strategically important accommodation. It isn't accurate. We had a sufficiency statement that very clearly prevents this from happening. She also mentioned about increased long-term commissioning costs. Again, this isn't accurate. The North estate is expensive to commission because we have empty beds at the moment in block contracts. The private sector can and will provide care more cheaply. We also talk about a reduced flexibility in meeting future demand. North Care is a company like any other. There will be an open tender process which will secure block contracts with a future provider. So to suggest that these things will happen if the sale of North Care goes ahead is wholly inaccurate. She also talks about a structured feasibility study that would rely on targeted capital investment. As I raised earlier in the Labour amendment, where will this money come from? And how will it be funded? Through the revenue budget. I'm assuming it'll come from borrowing. And when we talk about West Norfolk carers, this doesn't exist anymore. And actually, we have a Norfolk-wide Carers Matters social impact bond, which delivers for all of Norfolk, not just for West Norfolk. I've heard many parochial propositions in this council. I represent Long Stratton, but I also am here to ensure that there's help and support for everybody across the entirety of Norfolk, not just in my division.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carpenter, please.
Thank you, Chair. Before I launch into my reply, I am slightly concerned, Councillor, you have mentioned an incident, and I know you do meet with officers. I'm assuming officers are aware. If they are not aware, then I will make them aware of that comment made.
Not aware until now.
Okay.
Councillor,
right. Okay, you're not aware of it.
It's not a question and answer session.
Okay. So you haven't mentioned it to officers. Thank you. I will do that on your behalf then. I will answer reference to reference 2, the SEND tribunals, and 3, adoption support and special guardianship. Local First Inclusion, our SEND and AP transformation programme, has a project focusing on improving the SEND pathway. The focus of the work includes further increasing early engagement with parent carers and schools, particularly in transition points, and aiming to increase confidence around decision-making and recommendations, reforming and increasingly early dispute resolution and mediation, and redesigning processes to improve case management, and with the aim of reducing legal costs where there are tribunals. There's been significant investment in legal costs, which has been made in recent years to increase EHCP coordinator and reviewing officers' capacity to support children and young people and families and carers. The significant work has been undertaken to improve provision in mainstream schools, but the sector needs more support from central government to meet a greater volume of identified need. And the early mediation and dispute resolution, the current contract is demand-led without an upper limit, with the budget reflecting the anticipated level of take-up. We have seen an increase in take-up year on year in this service. The current budget is $215,000 and set to reflect expected take-up. Recently changed a new provider to Anglia Care Trust, who is a registered charity, and they use the volunteer model. Then I go on to reference 3, adoption support and special guardianship. Families' right to request an assessment from the Adoption and Kinship Support Team remains unchanged. We are meeting our statutory duty and supported around 300 families as of last year. The team continue to respond to requests for assessments and offer a wide range of support from early intervention through parent workshops, peer support groups and youth clubs to a more intensive therapeutic and long-term assistance tailored to individual needs, and the high quality of our post-adoption support is recognised across the region as part of a membership of Adopt East. Have I done my 3 minutes, Chairman?
You have 23 seconds left, Councillor.
As October 25, there has been no complaints from adoptive families about the therapeutic support offer they have received. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Colwell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking now as a family and children's lawyer that's based in Norfolk. I'm talking about the special guardianship provision. I help grandparents, I help aunts, uncles at crisis times in families. And they come and they provide that support. They request permission for a special guardianship order from the courts. They are assessed. And often at this time of family crisis, the issue of funding and how they are going to look after that family loved one comes up. And if we are hearing that there is concern about changes in the way in which that funding is being provided going forward, we have a duty to investigate. A feasibility study now, to me, is a very sensible thing for us all to be considering. We've heard just now that over 300 families have been supported. That's 300 children at least, there might be multiple, that could need our help and support. So yes, revision of support plans is needed, but we need to make sure that we are ready and we have those funds available should it be required. The second item that I wish to talk about is that of the West Norfolk carers. Yeah, we've heard the background, we've heard the story. This chamber's familiar with the situation. I've spoken to the families of that have had children that have used this service. They spoke of the joy and the delight that their children had with peer support. And this isn't something that's been replicated under the new arrangements and the new contract that was handed down. There is a gap. I refuse to hear that the gaps have been, there is a gap. And I think that we owe it to the children of West Norfolk, and I will fight for them, and I will keep talking about this. Chair, I remember when I was elected, 1 month after the last full elections, after the Tory threw in the towel after 1 month, and I remember coming into this chamber and feeling quite apprehensive at first. It feels like a giant game of who's who. And, you know, I think there's a lot of Conservative councillors in this room that are going to be thinking about their being flipped down. And if you only have one more chance to vote coming up now or next month, make sure that that matters. Make sure that you vote for the children. So, Chair, I will be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Morphew, please.
Thank you, Chair. To speak on the SEND and the care homes. On the SEND, yeah, absolutely. There's a whole raft of things that need to be done. My issue with it is not the content of the amendment, but we are in a bit of a state of flux, and I think we're expecting a white paper in, hopefully, not too far distant future, and the government does seem to be finally getting a handle on this after being many years neglected by the previous government. So I'm a bit reluctant to support something which commits to spending a lot of money to improve a system that absolutely needs to be improved until we know what the broader picture is going to look like. So degree of reservation about the detail of the amendment, but certainly not about the principle of needing to improve things. On the care homes, I have to say I'm rather disappointed because you heard what I had to say about it, and what you can see is there's a lot more detail behind it. And frankly, I think what is in this amendment is way too superficial, and I think it makes it far too easy to vote against it from the administration's point of view. there is a lot more around this which needs to be dug into, and I am reluctant to vote against anything which seeks to try and unlock the care homes position that we're in at the moment. But this amendment is absolutely not what we need, and if anything, I think it probably does more damage than good. Well-intentioned damage, but damage nonetheless. I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Banbridge, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I would like to talk about West Norfolk carers, and you may wonder why, but I was a trustee for 12 years, so I know more about it than anybody else in this chamber. We were a very successful organisation providing advice and guidance, as well as running a young carers group. And we were very good at getting grants for projects, but what we couldn't do is get capital funding. So that's why we closed down. We don't exist anymore. We always made sure that we had money available for redundancy, and we had to use it last year. Now, I can't remember the exact date because I don't have my last year's diary with me, but it's too late for West Norfolk carers. And although I like that people think it isn't, it is. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. No one else has indicated the wish to speak, and I think the debate in this amendment has run its course. So I return to Councillor Webb so that she's the right to make her final response, please.
Thank you. So I'm just going to go back to Councillor Carpenter, what you said about the mediation service. I know there is already a statutory service, but it is way beyond capacity, and families don't get access to the service in a timely way, so it drags on the appeal process. It means that they can't start the actual process until that's happened, because there just isn't enough capacity in the system, and that's why I've asked for more money to be spent on commissioning another service so that we can try and address some of these issues earlier on so that they don't end up going to appeal. Local first inclusion, as I've already said, I know there's work being done. All the things that you talked about a way of work being done to reduce the legal costs, but they've gone up by an inordinate amount, so that's clearly not working. What I'm saying is, can we look at something different? You know, we can keep doing the same and the same will happen, or we can actually explore different ways of doing things which might actually bring some success and saving money and less distress to families. In terms of the white paper, Councillor Morphew, the white paper isn't going to solve anything immediate. We've got, if there are legislative changes, I hope there aren't. That's not going to happen instantaneously. This problem will persist for some good long time to come yet, and we can be doing something about it now. We can be pioneers, and we can do it. We can, if we want to. You know, just saying, "Oh, we're going to wait for the white paper." I think that's a pretty lazy, uninspiring way of looking at things. But you know, let's do something. And in terms of adoption, I believe there were
Councillor,
no...
could you sum up, please? You're out of time.
Yeah, there were no families that came forward at the last adoption panel, so it had to be cancelled. And we need adoptive families to come forward. So I hope that you can find it in your heart to support some of these. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Councillor. Ask the Leader of the Council if she wishes to respond to what's been said.
No, I think enough's been said. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Do you wish this to be voted on block, or do you wish it split into 4 components? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Alex, so we'll vote on the first one, which is care estate. Please. Thank you. Has everyone been able to vote? The numbers look right to me. So the result, if anyone hasn't been able to vote, please indicate. Otherwise, the results for that part of the amendment, number 1, are 410, abstentions 7, against 39. So that component falls. We move on to the second item. We'll let this scroll through. Then the next one we're voting on is item 2, which is the send tribunals. Thank you. Yeah, I'm advised we're one member short. If anyone hasn't the opportunity to vote, they want to make that no, we're okay now. Yeah. Okay, so the result of that is 410, abstentions 6, and against 39. So that part of the amendment falls. We'll let it scroll through, and then the third part is adoption support and special guardianship. Thank you. I think everyone's the opportunity to vote. So results for that section number 3 were 411, abstentions 5, against 37. So that section of the amendment also falls. We'll let the results scroll through. And then the fourth section is unpaid carers support. That'll be the next thing we vote on. So I think everyone has had the opportunity to vote, and the results of that are 411, abstentions 6, against 36. So that part of the amendment falls. So the whole amendment as tabled falls as well. So the debate now returns to, I'll let this scroll through. I'll speak while that's happening. So the debate will then return to the substantive motion, which will be the Cabinet recommendations as originally moved by the Leader of the Council. This is open to all members to debate. Members have 3 minutes each, and I just remind members that this meeting is due to finish at 14:41 unless extended before the end of the time. Thank you. Does he want to? And I'm going to take Councillor Jimison first. He's indicated he'd already, exercise his right to reply later, but he's second later. He's going to do it now. Councillor Jimmerson, by my reckoning, is 15 minutes.
Thank you,
to
Chair.
speak, and then I'll take everyone.
Thank you, Chair. I will do it. I will speak now, if I may. I'm pleased to present this, my 7th balanced and robust budget to Council. This is a budget based on fiscal responsibility, a long-term strategy. It's grounded in realism and discipline. It reflects the financial environment we're operating in, not the one we'd like to be in, and it protects and develops essential services whilst continuing to invest in Norfolk's future. This budget will deliver £42.3 million worth of savings and efficiencies, but not cuts. It invests £76.3 million into frontline services and the local economy without being forced back onto the ropes of our statutory responsibilities. It does have to propose a 4.998% council tax increase, but this is in line with government assumptions. It achieves a balanced and sustainable position. This has required difficult decisions and new ways of working across every part of this organisation, but it is a budget that is deliverable, responsible and honest. Colleagues will be well aware that local government has faced nearly 2 decades of constrained funding alongside rapidly rising demand. Unlike central government or the NHS, we must balance our books every single year, and between 2011 and today, this council has delivered £652 million worth of savings through transformation, efficiency and service redesign. That scale is unprecedented, but it becomes harder every year. Our most significant pressures do still remain. I present this following the news of the election yesterday. The leader has already said that this administration will no longer engage in local government reorganisation. If LGR does not go ahead, the line in the budget set aside for reorganisation will be recycled as soon as possible to frontline services. We also saw the release last week of the final local government settlement, and although there was much dislike about the settlement that discriminates so obviously against rural authorities like us, we do at least have a high-level commitment to resolve historic SEND deficits. I welcome this. I have long called for an equitable solution to a problem that was never of our making. I've highlighted an existential crisis for local authorities. Our consistent lobbying has worked, and I welcome news that the government has announced that 90% of the historic overspend in the high needs block will be resolved by the autumn. Norfolk's SEND deficit is forecast to reach around £180 million by March 2026, and we are reviewing that, though, in the light of the announcements about the end of the safety valve programme. But the overspend will inevitably continue to grow before responsibility transfers finally to government in 2028-29. But this is not a bill of Norfolk's making, but Norfolk's taxpayers are continuing to carry the cost in this financial year. We're currently paying millions of pounds each year in interest and lost income as a direct consequence of the SEND deficit. That cost could rise to up to £10 million by the time government takes responsibility at the end of the year. That's £10 million that could otherwise be spent on social care, on roads, on libraries, or early help, but instead is being used to service government debt passed down to upper-tier authorities. For Norfolk, the settlement provides very little additional government funding beyond council tax. Indeed, at the provisional settlement, 92% of future funding growth for rural and shire counties is assumed to come from council tax, with only 8% coming from the additional government grant. This is not fair, it is not sustainable. The removal of remoteness from all but one funding formula, the continuation of a recovery grant that does not benefit Norfolk, and the ongoing redistribution of funding towards urban areas all work against counties like ours, where services cost more to deliver. To add insult to injury, the government announced another £440 million of this supposedly one-off recovery fund to target even more resources on a select cohort of mainly urban and metropolitan councils, rather than providing extra funding to all county and unitary councils. This is wholly unfair and compounds the decision to downgrade rurality and remoteness within the formula. Government's funding system now bakes in an annual council tax increase simply to stand still. And furthermore, in order to support Norfolk's district councils hard hit by the local authority settlement, we've had to agree that they apply a second home council tax and receive an additional 25% of this additional income. Without it, they would be unlikely to deal with the increased pressure from housing and homelessness. Despite these challenges, this budget does some important things. It protects essential services, particularly adults and children's social care, where significant investment of 37 million and 31 million respectively will see a continued, well-managed prevention and transformation strategies that have done so much to put a brake on exponential rising demand costs. It supports economics, growth and skills. It maintains financial stability, and it keeps a tight financial control with continued focus on value for money, relentless focus on efficiency, while putting transformation of the way we deliver our services at the heart of our cost control policies rather than any short-term salami slicing of services. This is not a budget that avoids hard choices, but it is one that makes them transparently and makes them responsibly. While fair funding 2 and the multi-year settlement removed some uncertainty, future funding growth will be very limited. The removal of the Rural Services Grant and the arbitrary and unsubstantiated allocation of a supposedly one-off recovery grant to 41 metropolitan areas has not only been called out in Parliament by local MP James Wilde, amongst others, it has been opposed by neutral observers such as the IFS, whose senior economist, Kate Ogden, was quoted as saying that this takes the government further away from allocating funding in a way that aligns with its own assessments and relative needs. For Norfolk, this highly politicised and arbitrary allocation of funds away from rural areas means that 42% of any growth in core spending now comes from council tax, and this will rise to 94% by the end of the medium-term financial settlement, meaning that delivering a balanced budget will be increasingly tight. And that's well illustrated by the chart on page 81, which shows how little increase the government provides Shire counties and how much of core spending power is provided by Norfolk's residents as a consequence. As well as suffering from this government's specific policies to benefit red wall areas to the detriment of Shire counties, Norfolk suffers from a population significantly older than the national average. The near doubling in the next 20 years of the population of over 85, I do beg your pardon, will have major implications for social care. A simultaneous falling birth rate puts downward pressure on revenues at the same time as pressure on costs are rising. The Council remains committed to high-impact transformation, focusing on neighbourhood working, early help and prevention, integrated teams, investment in reablement and assistive technology, and expanded local provision for children with SEND are central to improving outcomes and efficiency. Our proven leadership in addressing critical consequences of the 2014 Care Act will stand us in good stead when providing the government with the required recovery plan. A low-lying county like ours suffers from government inaction on coastal flooding, while the costs of rushing to meet Energy Secretary's net zero targets remain substantial, both economically and environmentally. We shall continue to oppose the indiscriminate industrialisation of our countryside by solar farms and pylons, plonked in Norfolk without any energy going to help grow our businesses. Until a better, more accountable process is devised, we will work with the Environment Agency, ensuring, inter alia, that more of Norfolk's rivers are demained and brought under control of IDBs responsible to directly elected local members. This year's budget will again include additional funding for an extra grass cut across our highway verges, extra weed killing treatment, and also extra hazardous waste days at recycling centres. These are activities which are popular, directly benefit Norfolk's residents and businesses who have asked to see them happen, and ensures that Norfolk is attractive, both as a place to live, do business and visit as a tourist. In addition, the capital investment in our county's all-important highways and transport infrastructure continues with this budget plan. Next financial year, we will again be investing in schemes that really matter to everyone. Over the past 2 years, the amount of funding that we've spent on pothole repairs and proactive highway treatment to prevent potholes from forming in the first place has increased by over 10% to around 24 million a year. We are building numerous active travel schemes, new pedestrian crossings, and increased funding for our renowned long-distance trails, where additional funding and a reinvigorated team has made over 450 repairs to the network so far this year versus 400 for the whole of the previous one. We continue with a multi-million investment in public transport. Norfolk leads the way in terms of the increases in bus passenger numbers, a 26% increase since 22. You know that we have significantly increased the frequency of services, better bus stops with real-time information, new and highly popular travel hubs across the county, where local MPs do not interfere to stop them, and new or extended bus routes. Further expansion will be seen again this year. This, of course, not only helps residents, but it helps the economy as well. Economic growth is at the heart of what we do. As well as enhancing public transport, expanding digital connectivity, we are actively supporting regeneration in rural areas and market towns. And with this in mind, and with the districts not receiving UK share prosperity funds this year, we will be putting £1 million into supporting small business and continuing such things as our nationally renowned High Street Matters, also launching Norfolk's Pub Matters, supporting our pubs and our hospitality sector. These areas are not only important to our economy, but to the well-being of Norfolk residents. We will launch a programme as well to support 18 to 30-year-olds and veterans start up their own business. An new path, St Olaf's Way, is currently in planning, which, when launched, will tie in our cultural landscape from Great Yarmouth to King's Lynn. The path will, of course, take in the fully restored Norfolk. The reopening of the Keep received significant national and international press coverage from Sun, The Telegraph, The Times, amongst others. The restoration of the castle was also the subject of a Channel 4 documentary narrated by Sir Stephen Fry, broadcast last September. Norfolk residents are rightly proud of this historic restoration project, bringing with it artworks from the British Museum, as well as telling the story of the castle in its royal heyday of 1121. We want to celebrate this, so within departmental budgets, we will offer free entry to everyone to the castle and to all 10 of Norfolk's museums on Norfolk Day on the 27th of July. In addition, and also within the department's budget, we will help families this summer by providing vouchers in the summer edition of Your Norfolk to give children aged 12 and under free entry to our museums during the school summer holidays. Our belief in our communities is fundamental to this administration. The Council will continue to invest not only in museums and cultural programmes, but in maintaining our 47 libraries and strengthening links with the voluntary sector. There will continue to be a focus on digital inclusion, reducing waste and encouraging the healthy lifestyles to build resilient and engaged communities. To help support this community-based fellowship, we will continue to provide each councillor with an £11,000 local member fund to assist their towns and parishes with locally needed projects. Also, the Norfolk Community Scheme was originally envisaged as a one-off. However, due to the success of its local impact, we have made £500,000 available again this year to repeat the scheme. Combined with the parish partnership, it shows our commitment to bringing local decision-making to local needs. Of course, the Council is here to help some of our most vulnerable residents, and increasingly we do this in partnership with other public sector partners. Investment in people, processes and technology is key to embedding accountability, efficiency and value for money. The Council will continue to support its workforce through changing times, building flexibility and resilience to adapt to new challenges and opportunities. In conclusion, this is a prudent, robust and sustainable budget. It closes a substantial budget gap. It accommodates unavoidable growth pressures and it positions Norfolk as well as possible changes may come to it. More importantly, it reflects our duty as custodians of public money, to live within our means, to protect the most vulnerable, and to ensure that every pound works as hard as possible for the people of Norfolk. It is not an easy budget, but it is the right one in the circumstances that we currently face, and I commend it to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd just like to point out we've 19 minutes left before the guillotine falls, unless this session is extended. But we will, if that happens, We will then cease all debate, and then we will have a recorded vote on the substantive motion. Thank you. So I'll go to the first person that's hand up was Councillor Borrett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't expecting to go first, but it's appreciated. Well, congratulations. I do think that the budget that is before us today is not going to be a surprise, because the level of council tax was announced by the government with its financial settlement. Their assumption was, and they announced it, that the council would put the council tax up by the maximum amount, and then the government went on to tell everyone how generous they, the Labour government, were being, because this was the amount of money that was available for local government in Norfolk. So much to the manifesto promise made by Keir Starmer not to put your council tax up, because that's exactly what it's done. We've given that funding envelope. It's no surprise that the county council is raising council tax by the same amount that the government has announced, because not to do that would mean that it would be very difficult to justify receiving further grants from other government departments, because they could then point to this decision and say, you have not taken your full council tax, so you obviously don't need it, so why would we give you these extra grants? So this is really serious, and it's a sad day, that given what happened in the election. And there is someone else who is covered in shame today, and that is Steve Reed, the Minister for Local Government, for his shameful decision to illegally decide to cancel the elections, to be found out at the 11th hour and have to change his mind. Oh, and by the way, that will be an extra £63 million that will have to be found, which, of course, taxpayers will have to pay to cover the government's incompetence. So it's an absolute scandal that he's still in his position, as far as I'm aware, this afternoon. He really should go. This is appalling. To see elections cancelled to fit the domestic policy of the Labour Party was never going to be something that should be allowed to stand. So what we have here is not a government of cuts, but a not a budget for cuts, but a budget for growth. This is, as the Cabinet member very clearly said, one of a number of budgets where we have been consistent over many years, delivering a strategic programme to best protect and deliver services to the vulnerable of people across Norfolk. That we have invested in long term over prevention in order to give people the best outcomes, and this supports that. I will stop in a second because I know time is short, but I say that this budget has my wholehearted support, and it's one that I think that the Conservatives should be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillors Eagle, Thomas, Morphew and Long that have indicated me in that order. Councillor Eagle, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to raise a few points on the economic funding. I'm glad the Cabinet Member for Finance has supplied us that to do again. It has been mentioned in here previously about young people. We realise that. That is why I've wanted to make sure that we have that support for those young people. If normally the academic situation has not suited them, they have that opportunity now to set up their own businesses and actually become a full asset to our society and actually deliver their abilities. So we have the chance to focus on their abilities and not when we normally say their disabilities. And I believe that we can really make a difference to that and reduce that neat area and actually make them feel important areas of our society. Just to come on to the pubs, I know several of us here sitting in this chamber all do like to have a little publicity photo in a pub, and probably some have done beforehand and afterwards. If you don't support this, it's going to be a bit difficult for you to say that you support a pub. So just bearing that in mind. And I'd also, as one of my publicans did quote to me, and he went on to more Blackadder, I'm thinking of renaming my pub a Pelican, because everywhere I look, I see an enormous bill. So we're coming back to there. And also for all of our opposition members as well, the High Streets Matters. This has been supported by nearly, I don't actually know an MP that's actually not supported it within Norfolk, and also a government minister, Mita Fambala, said this is it and it should be in our government strategy. They cannot believe how we have delivered that for the money. So I'm pleased saying, if you want some economic growth, we've had it taken away by the government, the UK Shared Prosperity. This is to help all of Norfolk. All of Norfolk. Please, for once, come in and support something, because I know you will all want to support it tomorrow, so just admit it today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thomas, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start with a big thank you, because I don't think we can underestimate the time and effort and toil that producing this budget has taken. And I think Councillor Jameson has worked hour after hour after hour, along with Harvey and Titus and the team, to deliver a budget that delivers for Norfolk against the most challenging circumstances, where we've seen a government that no longer cares about rural communities. They try to say they do, but then they take away every funding stream that is there to deal with the complexity of delivering services in a rural area. When we talk about delivering care locally, let's just remember that adult social care is delivered right at the heart of a community, in people's homes. It's a shame that the government doesn't see that actually that costs more money. I just wanted to draw attention to the adult social care proposals within this budget. Many times we've had to defend proposals that have been put forward to balance the budget because it's meant us changing the way we support our residents. Social care are around innovation and transformation. And I take my hat off to the team that are pushing forward with that transformation programme, because unless we deliver savings through that, we won't be paying for much more in this county except social care. So we need to deliver on that, and I've got every confidence that the team will do that. I'd just like to acknowledge that I'm really pleased that we've kept the Norfolk Community Fund. I've used my Norfolk Community Fund to support the church, to buy some small heaters so they don't have to put the entire heating system on when they have small groups. We're supporting a toddler group, Bike Active Norfolk, which takes disabled people out into the countryside and children on modified bicycles so they're able to enjoy the countryside in the way that the rest of us can. Also an Open Gardens, and actually the 50th anniversary of Girl Guiding in Long Stratton that we will be celebrating in the summer. So I've put it to good use for many of my community volunteers whose work has actually changed the lives of people in my community. And I look forward to our rickshaw service that the Bike Active Norfolk team are going to be providing to take local residents to the doctors or down to the pharmacy or down to the shop, and that's due to start in the summer. And this wonderful charity is benefiting from the support from the Norfolk Community Fund. So I welcome the fact that actually the amendments to remove it
please, you're out of time.
have not secured support, and I thank the team for Norfolk.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Morphew, please.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the need to be quick. I think a couple of things which are the elephants in the room. One of the elephants that's not in the room, I think we've all probably noticed, is the lack of a reform contribution today. Bit surprising, really. I was rather expecting to be told how we could cut council tax and do all sorts of things, but no amendment, no speech, they've gone. Very strange. Doubtless we'll hear more from them in due course. However, in the meantime, and it's much too late to come back to it, it was mentioned earlier, the Norwich Western Link. Capital direction has been sought from the government for turning the £35 million, which is hanging over our revenue budget, into capital. We haven't heard from the government yet, but if it's not there, then we take a £35 million hit, and we can't close last year's accounts. There is no significant mention of it in the budget papers, and I find it very difficult to vote for any budget where there is no contingency for that, especially when the reason why it's there in the first place is that the administration didn't provide a contingency against the failure of the Norwich Western Link. So we do have a sort of Damocles hanging over the budget, which I think the fact there's been no mention of it against the other things that have been mentioned is very difficult. And we have had a long debate on various aspects of the Northcare sale, and I note that there is nothing in the budget which actually takes account of any expected receipt from the sale of Northcare, whether it's directly or alternatively whether it's Northcare paying down the loan from the county council. I know why, and it's because there is no... unfortunately, I don't have time to follow up on many of the other issues, but there are still a lot, and unfortunately, there are some good bits in this budget, I'll give you that, but we can't vote for it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Long.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. We're rapidly running out of time. Just a big thanks to everyone in the production of the budget papers. Harvey and Titus, our portfolio holder, all worked extremely hard to get this together. Delivering a budget, given the government settlement to us, I think is a superb piece of work, and everyone ought to be supportive of it. Definitely not supportive of the national government. They just don't understand rural areas. They don't understand rurality, how difficult it is to deliver services over a broad area. They don't care about us, and they don't care about Norfolk. Our settlement was bad. Norfolk Police's settlement bad. The district settlements are bad. They say, oh yes, but we've changed it now. It's all worked out on deprivation. Come to parts of my ward and see people living in properties that are tumble down, they can't afford to maintain because they're paying of council tax. It's regressive and is wrong. Bring back the poll tax, I say. Everyone at least paid an equal fair share and everyone had to pay for services. However, we are where we are, and this is about the best I think we're going to do. So well done to all involved, and I fully support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shibley-Sexton, please.
Thank you. I'll be even briefer because I know we're really running out of time. When I hear sayings like efficiencies and savings, not cuts, and new ways of working, it's almost enough to get a girl's hopes up. I get really excited. And then, as my colleague says, I would hope we could show a different way of thinking, a prevention instead of crisis response, fairness instead of regressive taxation, and investment instead of managed decline. And yet I hear council taxes going up along with government expectations, and I'm reminded where I am. Services cost more to deliver. Perhaps it wouldn't be so tricky if we taxed via land wealth rather than increasing council tax year on year. Services cost more to deliver, and we haven't seen moves in the county council of preventative work. Yet when preventative policies and amendments come to this council today, or even just the feasibility studies, they get rejected en masse. And it seems instead of voting on the content of the budget amendments and prioritising the needs of constituencies and recognising where positive change and cooperation might be possible, some members seem content to unquestionably vote along party lines. So poorer residents are left of paying a higher percentage of their household fund to a mostly functional yet uninspiring budget that provides the same solutions to systematic problems that have yet to be successful. So it doesn't really matter what my thoughts on this budget are, as it will have very little impact on the outcome, because this budget will pass en bloc with the same level of independent thought as the previous amendments were rejected.
Thank you, Councillor. No one else being indicated, I propose to move to the Leader of the Council to exercise a right to reply to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, we started out on a sort of young ones theme, didn't we? Because I know budget meetings can be a little dry, so I'm glad that I brought a little humour into the chamber alongside the serious matter of actually setting this budget for the coming year. I'd like to thank everyone for their forbearance and for a good debate. Norwich Western Link, well, we've been round this loop before. We understand we should hear by the end of the month on the capitalisation, but we'd like to encourage Councillor Morphew to ask his government to actually get a move on and tell us about that. It does affect last year's budget, but we are here to talk about this year's budget. And on North, we don't know what we don't know, so we can't put it into the budget because we just don't know what the outcome is at the moment. There's no decision has actually been finally made. prevention is at the heart of what we do, and that's why we have a major transformation programme ongoing. So I don't accept some of the criticism that we've had from the Green Group, but I would like to thank Councillors Watkins and Morphew, who both said really quite nice things about this administration.
Sorry, Councillors, could we
that.
allow the leader to speak without having a cross debate? Thank you.
And I'd also like to thank the Green Party for the party political broadcast, which we did all note, and we expect to see it in a leaflet coming through your letterbox very soon. So I was glad to see the vast majority of the Conservative administration's budget has not had any attempt to amend it, and we must therefore conclude that the opposition group are content with our guardianship of this council and the way in which we safeguard frontline services whilst using taxpayers' money in a responsible way and ensuring best in the budget to the council. And I hope that the endorsements that we have heard in this chamber will inform and direct the people of Norfolk to use their votes wisely at the ballot box in May. Don't vote for gimmicks, don't vote for narrow self-interest, vote for common sense Conservatives who have a good track record and will always look after the interests of the whole of Norfolk. Thank you.
Thank you. We're actually still within time, I'm amazed to say.
I can carry on if you like.
The budget is we vote on the totality of the proposal. It cannot be split. So we will go to a recorded vote on the budget as originally proposed and as unamended, which is a substantive motion. If we could go to the vote, please. Thank you. Thank you, Councillors. I'm advised that the votes that have been cast match those present in the chamber. So, on the substantive motion for the budget, for 39, abstentions 3, against 13. So that budget is carried. Sadly, despite this, I don't have that power. Otherwise, goodness knows what would happen. But we're 1 minute within time. Thank you, everyone, for attending today and contributing to the debate, and declare the meeting closed at 14:40. Thank you.